right. Mic check. 1, 2. Too Legit City on the mic. Yo, what's going on, people of chat? How you guys doing? I see you guys over there. We are gonna be retiring the Mamba Haywire run, cycle 319. We got up to like 98 dupes. So we are gonna be doing a new run, spaced out start. We're gonna be doing the Ceres Mini Cluster mantle. We are probably gonna struggle with this. And we're going to be having a run goal of doing full steam ahead, but we want to try to get the maximum rewards. So that means we want to get the max temperature possible, which I believe is 2000 degrees plus. And if we could do that, we could get Niobium from the full steam ahead building. So there's going to be a lot of, you know, lack of better words, playing around with the game mechanics. So I'm gonna get a D20 in chat. 15. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Okay, that kind of sucks. All right. That's gonna be fun. We have the reversed... this sucks. We have reversed cores. That's so weird. Frozen core on a map that normally has a magma core, because this is where the full steam ahead is. And then this is volcanic activity on a map that's supposed to stay cold, right? This is where the nectar and the spigot seals are at. Dude, this is meme, dude. Super meme. I mean, it is what it is. All right, just keep these settings normal. We got the 15. This is the run. So we are going to be doing full steam ahead. We're going to try to get the max temperature rewards. So that means we have to pipe in a liquid that's over 2,200 degrees. So in our run, we are going to have to figure that out. So we are going to need a way to try to get that all done. So we're going to go with standard dupes. Freya's kind of nice, but the fact that Freya's ball in the stomach kind of sucks. All right, let's get the rolls. So first guy we want is science. We want research, rocketry, the tidying. I guess it's not bad. I'd rather have sewer. This is not bad though. It's murderer. It's unfortunate. Okay, we stay with bubbles. Then we need someone to build. How slow will it be? Build, supply, operating. Good luck. Krill stole that, man. So close on Abe. Flatulence. Build supply. No mechatronics, huh? I mean, we could just give it to this guy. Another build supply. Mechatronics straight up. Oh, man. Why would you do that to me? Build supply. That's a classic combination, man. Good combo. The build supply combo I get has the same traits every time, dude. What is happening? The rolls. These rolls. I just want a mechatronics dude. Suit wearing, that's close. Research. Just need supply. Man, not having the mods for this is kind of tough. Flatulence. Ranching. Digging. Dude, we're never gonna get it. We are actually never gonna get it. Dude, imagine trying to actually roll a mechatronics dupe from the printing pod. That'd be a lot worse. There it is. Okay. Freya. Bottomless stomach. I want a Freya, but I don't want bottomless stomach if possible, Freya. Freya would be really nice. I might just want to try to roll a Freya. Looks like they're not giving it to me though. No Freyas? No Freyas. It's a one in like, there it is. Mouth breather. God damn it. I want the frostproof. This is decent, I guess. This is unfortunate. Double consumption. Okay, we're not gonna want that. Alright, let me get a new frostproof. Having a frostproof dupe is gonna make this so much better. I actually think frostproof should be a universal trait on everybody. Not gonna lie. Well, that'd be the easiest way to make this a little bit better. Just remove frostproof and then have it inherent on everybody. That wouldn't be bad. Okay. Frostproof Lyra. We'll take this. Sure. Okay, so we're gonna go max steam Mamba #1. All right, that's gonna be the run. So guys, we are gonna be starting on the mini Ceres cluster, which is gonna be the new one, not the one that came out with Frosty Planet Pack. And our goal is going to be to do the full steam ahead printing pod objective. I don't even know if that's a printing pod objective anymore. I think it is, but only on the specific Ceres parts. And what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to get the maximum rewards from that object. So we have to pump in, I think it's what? 150, I forget how much mass it is, 600 kilograms? Or is it 1,000 of liquids that are hotter than 2,200 degrees Celsius. And we need the average temperature of everything to be above that. So we need to figure out a way to get the liquid to not break, state change, right? And at the same time, we need it hot enough to get the niobium from the full steam ahead. So that's going to be the goal. And we're going to hope to try to do this kind of fast, but we haven't done this before, so we need to kind of play out a route. So this is going to be the run. First attempt. Let's get it in. Got the heater. We got the tech. All right. Pause. We have oxalite everywhere. We already have a stuck mammoth. You gotta power up a volcano with a geotuner for 2,000 plus Celsius. You could do that. The only problem is that I don't know if one full eruption period is gonna give you enough magma in terms of total volume. You could run and do a no contact pump. That's fine. I think the main problem is going to stem from the fact that you don't get enough magma in general. But then I'm thinking about it. How much temperature does each geotune add to a volcano? Is it 150? I think it has to be 150. No, Krill goes first. Krill goes first. Krill, let me know who would you like to claim. You did get the first dupe claim. So we have Bubbles, Camille, and Lyra. Let me know. Got some Bamids, got some ethanol, which is nice. Cold, dirt, tiles. Okay. We got the sherbet berries. All right, all right. So far, so good. Let's get it started. Set the priorities. We are going to be removing a lot of the jobs that I don't want other random people doing. Research is going to be on bubbles. Rocketry, of course. And then we probably want to add something later. Camille's going to be build supply. And then Lyra is going to be digging. Now we need a secondary, we need a miner set up. We don't cook, we don't decorate, we're not doing rocketry right now. Tidying, I guess. We could have that be Camille. And then I guess that means operating storing. That means we have to make Lyra the farmer. And I think that means we do storing on bubbles. 150 each. And it starts at what, 17? Is that what it is? 1700 degrees. So 1, 2, 3, 4. You need 4 geotuners. You would almost max out. I guess you could do the 5th one just so that you're above. The problem is going to be is rock gas. You can't run the 5th one. And then you might not be able to run the 4th one because you might get rock gas. Which would suck, by the way. And then if you mine it, so we would need to see the starting temperature. Because if it's like 1770, we're kind of screwed. Because that means we get to 2370, and that's rock gas on the 4th geotuner. And then if we don't get that, we are at 2200 flat. Okay, we have about 50 degrees leeway. That's kind of scary, man. Maybe. We'll have to see. We'll have to get there. We might not even have a volcano on the planet. We had some bad luck on this run. The magma core got taken away from us. That's going to be fun. All right, so we're going to leave this because of the fact that they're going to be cold, so the stamina penalty is going to bop them immediately. I will want to bop the bath time and do it like that, so they get a little bit... Oh, well, first state doesn't matter. We'll do it like that. It's not bleachstone for magma, though. Bleachstone is for water, isn't it? Magma might be using something else. That might be something like abyssalite or something. I'm not sure, though. All right, let's get it started. So we have the initial ice biome. It goes down this way. We're probably going to have to live with the ice. So, of course, first thing we got to do is get to the sweater. Lyra is going to be -S. She has a sweater. Camille and Bubbles does not. I need to make sure she's frostproof. She is. So one of you guys are going to get the second sweater. We're going to have to grab the tech. That's right here. So that's going to be our start. All right, let's get it in. Not sure how I want to do this yet. We have a starter pile of wood. We're lacking the minerals. Oh yeah, let's look at the star map. Oxalite, Blizzard, And then we get cold water, warm water, leaky oil, heat source, natty gas. Oh, this is not bad. Slime molds. The slime's not going to have any germs on it. It shouldn't. Okay, this is going to be interesting, I guess. We will want to get dig skill somewhat early so that we could unlock minerals and get proper tiles. We are not going to want to use the wood. If anything, we're going to probably want to just do a heater system with the wood. All right, let's rummage this. We are probably not going to want to rely on the Alveo Vera. In my opinion, it's not good. I'm not a fan of it. All right, let him dig. All right, since we're not really doing anything right now, I guess we will have to build a ladder at some point. We're going to want to grab the tech. We know this is in line with the heater, so we kind of want to keep this. So if that's the case, this is 25, way too long. So we'll probably want to reline this up. Let's add the other digging just so that Bubbles isn't idle. We're going to need an outhouse, 100%. We're going to have to pee somewhere. We got the teleporter number 2. We know we got some in here. Ooh, kitchen sink. Random. One day, Ace Count, one day. Don't worry, man. It'd be like that sometimes. You gotta be in the mood to play this. Now we're gonna want to unlock research. Matikso, welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. What's good, man? Alright. Gotta unlock. Alright, let's pause. So, stuck guy, second teleporter. No germs on the mold. That's good. That means we can actually use the slime for things like phyto oil, no problem. We got these gem crystals. The little pocket right here of rust is kind of weird, but it's fine. This is warm. That's not bad. Okay. Kind of interesting. Let's go that way. And then let's go this way. We're gonna want to just be digging right now. Create some space. Matikso, dupe me! Krill never responded. Krill, if you're out there, man, let me know. Matikso, who would you like to claim? We got this right here. Bubbles, Camille, Layra. Nice. We just got the tech. Let's harvest this. So we have no minerals for ladders. I will probably want to go down here for the igneous then. We also might want to do mafic rock because that is something I want to spend on ladders because it's not a good mineral type. Well, it depends on what you're using it for. You're gonna take bubbles, all right? Let me know if you have an outfit preference. Not balloon artist, that's unfortunate. Let's see, it's cold times, right? Something sparkly. Alright, man, give you the jammies. This is the only thing that represents sparkles. It look a little bit futuristic. That's the only way we got it, man. Alright, we got H2 everywhere. This is the teleporter. Is that the teleporter? I'm pretty sure that's a teleporter. So we got the items there and there. Actual teleporter is there. Okay. 10 out of 10. Only way to do it. Oh, this guy got free. Oh, he could jump into the gaps now and doesn't get stuck. That's kind of cool. He could jump into the gap and not get stuck. That's not bad. All right, it does look like I'm going to go up and I want to go down. All right, so let me look at this really fast. I don't want to use wood tiles. We're probably going to want to add tile space here. All right, so 20. That should be fair. And then from there, we're going to have to just use wood. It is what it is. We're just going to do the setup up, down while we do the digs. We will get a temporary bathroom. Feels bad, man. And then we're going to give this to Matixo. This guy gets a sweater. Oh, you can't see your sparkly shirt anymore, man. Feels bad. Because you got to wear a sweater. That's the thing I feel like needs to be patched. They need to make the cosmetic clothes show over the sweater. D coming in with the 12 months. Happy New Year. Thank you, D. Thank you for the 12 months of support. I see you over there. Happy New Year, man. Thank you for the 1 year. What's good, though, D? How is you, B? There it is. Second cluster. Icy Nectar. We get the minor volcano sulfur volcano. So this doesn't have the full steam ahead on it. That's gonna be fun. D, how are you? How's the world been treating you so far, man? Hopefully it's been well. Hopefully it's been well. Have I not dug dirt? No, we have dirt. All right, let's get a second outhouse just because we can. We are not going to wash our hands. It's going to be fine. It's going to be a little gross, though. I need you guys to believe the no hand wash strat. Not in real life, boys. Don't do this at home. Only in game. This is going to be something you're going to want to do every time in the real lives. Oh. Igneous rock. Okay. Finally start getting some real tiles in. All right, we need one more tile. All right, so I want to replace the stuff with igneous because we have to eventually. What's full steam ahead? All right, so if you guys are just tuning in, you guys are wondering what the run is about so far. We are doing a printing pod objective called Full Steam Ahead. This is a secret objective that you have to unlock by buying the DLC Frosty Planet Pack. And it's only available on the specific Frosty Planet Pack maps. So there's only 2 maps with this. 3rd map on the lab, if you count that. So the goal of this is going to be simple. We are going to be doing the objective with the geothermal power plant and the heat pumps. If you guys are not familiar with that building, that is the building that accepts liquids, and depending on the temperature of the liquid, it's going to add a flat value of heat to the number of the average, and then it's going to output everything at the geothermal vent. The resulting heat that gets released scales with the resources that you're going to get as rewards. So what that means is if you put in liquid at 100, you're going to get a little bit of igneous, you're going to get a little bit of steam, you might get a little bit of copper, right? Things like that. If you started getting a little bit higher, let's say you get up to 1,000 degrees, you might start getting things like iron, you might get a little bit of wolframite, right? So depending on the temperature of the liquid you input into the building, the resulting goods you get is gonna be different. Now, basically, there is a point system. So you're gonna have top points, mid points, and then your low value. So the top point is 2,200 degrees Celsius. So we have to feed it liquids via pipeline, hot liquids above 2,200 degrees. Now, if you've played this game, it's really hard to get stuff that hot and to keep it hot and to not break your pipes. So it's going to be a figuring out how we have to do this type of run, because I haven't done max temperature. I've gotten kind of close, but I wasn't really going for max. But we're going to be trying to hit the full reward for that. And if we do hit the max temperature, we get Niobium. So we wouldn't have to leave the planet, and we unlock that. Now, of course, we're not going to do anything with it. That's just the run objective. Doing full steam ahead and trying to get the max rewards from that. Mamba's that hot. Yeah, man. Mamba's sleeping in lava, dude. Just like a little chunk of obsidian. Alright, bunch of igneous down here we're going to want to crack through. Once we get granite mining, we're going to go through here. Probably leave the ethanol and go around it and try to get to the bottom. Grabbed a little bit. Oh, we over there slipping on ice. And we're already at the top of the map? Wow. Dude, that's small. Does that mean we're going to be at the bottom of the map, like, relatively fast, too? And then this is the wall right here? Okay. This is going to be kind of interesting. We really want to get granite digging pretty fast. That's going to be like a cycle and a half. Maybe we get a digging dupe. That wouldn't be bad. Second dupe to dig in the beginning is pretty good. So we want to get research started. We're going to take this a little bit slow because it is Ceres. We're going to be slow either way. Now, the fact that this planet is kind of small is kind of nice. If this was a large planet, it'd be a lot worse. Getting anywhere would take forever just because it's going to be that much colder everywhere for that much longer. Of course, we're going to want to get farm tiles. We're going to need food. What are you doing? You want to run the wheel? Nah, man. You want the battery first. There we go. Now you could run the wheel. Now it kind of makes sense. Alright, we ran up. Let's go this way. Grab a little bit of igneous that way. Grab a little bit of igneous that way. Alright, we're just trying to grab as much igneous as we can. That way we get some minerals to build with. We got to the bottom. And we should probably do like a V shape so that the CO2 accumulates at the bottom, right? Okay, that kind of makes sense. Want to prevent CO2 from going that way. And then just start digging. Give it some time. We have a lot of oxalite right there. Seems pretty healthy, like it'll last us a while. We will have to grow some pike apples though. Probably get some phloxes up so that we could get some wood from the horns. So ranching is going to be one of the more important things. Man, it feels like we don't have that much room though. It is what it is. It'll be fine. So we'll have to tank the cold. I probably do a open electrolyzer and just have that warm up the map slowly. It's probably going to be how we play this. We are already transitioning away from the snow tiles, which is something I kind of want to do. And then the germ should be dying off of the toilets because of the fact that it's too cold for germ to survive. Be like that sometimes. Let's decon the wood there, just so we could recoup that. Yeah, so far it looks like a normal playthrough. We probably want to teleport kind of early though, go over to the second planet. I haven't played on this mini cluster set before, so I don't actually know what to expect here. I haven't played on this map before. This is the new Ceres map with basically they took the lab and broke it up into 3 planets. So it's a little bit different. We'll have to see if there's anything unique about it. The research is getting started. Alright, so I could afford that. Okay. We want to start getting some tiles here, getting a room set up. The traditional global warming approach, I like it. Hey man, it's more so that it's gonna be easier for us to deal with something like that than it would be to actually like deal with the Alveo Vera. It all kind of stems from the fact that I don't want to have my dupes harvest the Alveo Vera and have that be the only way to generate oxygen. I wouldn't want that. I bionic dupe from the get-go. We get electrical engineering, which is actually not bad. We probably don't do that though because we have no power. There's like no way we generate power right now either. We run a meep. Crop tending. He has dig skill because we were giving to him. Supply. It's pretty good. All right, so this guy is going to be dig skill. Let's pause. Set the priorities. He'd be doing the digs. He has a little bit of farming capabilities. He could help out Lyra. And then he has a little bit of strength. So I guess he's going to be Lyra, Camille, Matixo hybrid, kind of. Yeah, let's just do supply. No tiding. Nah, we'll do tiding instead of story. This is pretty good. Getting a second tidier for the toilets. And that means we could start digging the igneous. Okay, that's actually kind of nice. This means we unlock minerals. That does mean going up down is going to be a little bit different. Hopefully that's not that big of a deal though. Either way, we will want to keep laddering down. We're going to start doing igneous ladders. If we can do that, so 2, 3, 3. If we could do that, be pretty good. And then from there, we probably want to do something like this. And then we're going to want to start trimming out the layers here, go down, and get all these minerals right here. Keep the pool. We're not going to want to crack this open. We're just going to want to grab the granite and igneous so we can start building tiles properly. Oh, this is a light source. Oh, wow. That's kind of cool. I could build a room around this and get the bonus. That's kind of cool. Supercomputer, of course. We have no beds yet. It's going to be fine. We'll probably want to get a bed around the heater. I don't think it's going to matter, though. The map's just cold. Wait a second. Igneous ladders. Not bad, not bad. Radiation isn't shining through yet, so we'll do this. It stops right here. Alright, we're gonna do that just to start digging. And we're researching. I might want to start melting some ice to get the ice. Wait, we don't have ice liquefier tech? Wait, didn't we get that? It's a utility building. Okay. I guess. We'll need this at some point. I think we'll put it here, though, instead of by the heater. Whoa, whoa. Breathability? I guess we don't have that many Alveo Veros right now. I don't think that's too bad of a thing, though. It's just a lot of digging we have to do. Food's alright. We'll get our farm towels up soon. Ah, I think, okay, that makes a lot of sense if that's going to be the approach. Yeah, okay. I like that approach. We are going to build a lot of the electrolyzer stuff up the top. And then we're going to build a lot of the cold stuff at the bottom. And I think that naturally makes sense. Not because cold air falls down and hot air rises. It's more so that the ice falls down, right? So all the cold stuff is going to be on the ground. So that means the bottom of the map's typically going to be colder. Cold salt slush. Cool. This is not a heat source. If I could find the leaky oil, though, I would probably want that running. Even though I can't have it run because I don't have a way to dig obsidian yet. But it's going to be something that I think is going to be kind of nice. Insulated tile would be kind of rough right now. I don't know if we really care for that. As much as I would love to have that. I think we might want to do battery power. Alright, so rock crusher then. Yeah. So what we're going to want to do right now, at the very least, is we're going to be creating space. I wanted to dig a little small pocket at the bottom so we could get used to the alveolae. CO2 settles at the bottom, right? We all know that. And then the goal is going to be clearing this pocket, CO2 at the bottom. I'll probably start doing a staircase. And then once the ladders are built, you know, the alveolae down there. We should probably also enable harvest here. So that'll be how we get started with oxygen in the beginning. There's so much oxalite on these maps that I'm not really too worried yet. Once we get that, we'll probably want to start digging up here, which is why we have this set up, so that the ice starts falling down. And then maybe we might even sweep it over. We'll see. And you know the deal. Timo, man, you got some cool weather today. I saw you with a 25C, dude. Do you got a sweater on? Hey, joining the Duke Colony. Who would you like to claim? We got me, Blayra, Camille. First boop. All right, man. We'll see when that is gonna be. Because I am not sure when the first boop goes live. I just realized there's no real power source here. We can't really run anything for power outside of electrolyzer. Oh yeah, it's 25C, rainy, still shirtless. I see you over there, Timo. You're the guy without the shirt on. That's how I could see you over there. No research selected. I guess we'll grab automation wire. And then we want to dig this part. Yo, man, the reason why I say that, though, Timo, is that I remember hearing you say, oh, man, it's 27. It's cooling down. I was like, yo, man, is that real? Is that considered cool, man? Goddamn. All right, we're going to let Layra over here with the sweater on. Oh, the other person with the sweater was Matixo. Got the sweater. Alright, diagonal dig. It's not a bad thing. Alright, so now we kind of have like open space right here, which is, you know, not too worried about. It's not bad, it's not bad. We're gonna start digging up top. Okay, just going through the bathrooms. Sleeping, chilling. It's not much we could do right now in the early stages of the game. Food's gonna get started soon. Oh, wait. Pike apples. So we get 3 cycles, 800 kcals. So it's basically 4 per. Wow, that fits really well. Okay. We will likely want a ladder system on the side. And get that started. It's gonna get some food started. Alveo Vero's gonna be at the bottom. And we're gonna start trimming the left side. We are taking a little bit of time to get this started though. But it should be alright. Not like we're rushing anything. Oh yeah, I gotta take my vitamins. The dupes, they're saturated. We're gonna take our vitamins, boys. Y'all know what it is. Gotta take my fiber pills, my multivitamin. Gotta take my vitamin D. Gotta take my B12. Y'all know what it is. Gotta take the fish oil pills. Zero Dragon. What the heck? I see you over there. Coming in with the prime 27 months. Dude, Zero Dragon has not missed a beat. What a legend. He has not missed a beat, dude. Not only did he subscribe for 27 months on a 27-month streak, but he did it with the Amazon Prime. That means he showed up each and every month. Said hello. And gave us his blessings. Wow, dude. Shout out to you, my dude. I see you over there. How are you, though, Zero Dragon? How's the Tuesdays, man? Hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing all right. Thank you for the long-time support. I see you over there. Doing good. Awesome, awesome. Zero Dragon, man. What games are you up to right now? And when I ask that, you know, I'm just curious to see what you're playing nowadays. You still doing the Onis? I am curious. I am curious. New dupe. Okay. I probably want a turner. The builders are nice, but I want build supply. And then having a operator is going to be something I want. Turner, the operator, and then he's going to do storing tidy. Nice. All right, research. We are going to want to grab... We grab supercomputer right now, so we probably want to grab airflow tile just because. We'll grab supercomputer tech. We could get the lab bonus. I don't know if I really care for that right now. We should. So I probably want to relocate some of the stuff. Maybe like the wheel battery stuff. Maybe we just relocate. Yeah, we have to relocate one of these. Oh, I didn't add the 20th tile. Oh, you're stuck. Thank you, dude. How did you even remember that? I see you over there, Agent E. Coming in with the save. How did you even remember that, my dude? Yo, Layra, man, how are you stuck? It's gonna have to pee. Oh, no. Yeah, we stopped the Mamba Haywire run. It was a little bit too laggy. I wouldn't be having a good time playing that, so I just decided to retire it. Diva Dan, welcome in. Hope you're having a good one. We're going to be doing a max temperature for the geothermal power plant run. So we're going to try to hit 2,200 degrees, and we're playing on the mini Ceres cluster. I've never played on this, so we got to check it out. So, of course, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to help. Dude, I'm playing PoE 2 as well. Nice. What class are you playing, man? I'm over here making one of the low-tier classes work, and I'm giving up, man. I'm giving up on it. I'm trying to make Acolyte of Chayula work, but then there's a lot of GIMP mechanics that doesn't help it out. I'm so mad about it. Wait, did she not pee her pants? Oh my god, she made it. What a legend. Wow. She actually made the toilet. Get messed around with Lich. Dude, I heard minions got nerfed so bad, even though they come out with Lich, which is like a minion class. Feels so bad. I got my Poison Tornado Amazon build to maps playing while I watch. I see you over there, Karanik. I ran a Poison Crossbow, and then I realized that unless you're playing Pathfinder, you don't stack enough poison to be able to do anything in the late game. Haven't made much yet. Right after I made my character, I lost progress. Oh, that sucks. I see you over there. Yeah, Poison Burst was great. The problem is though, it's not so much that it's like... It just doesn't feel rewarding, man. Oh, wow. I thought, oh, okay. You ran out of power. That's tough, man. At least you're not playing hardcore or anything like that. That would suck. If you're playing hardcore and then something like that happens. Sherbet berries. Let's do the pike apple bushes. Wait, they nerfed Stat Stacker though. Yeah, I went through 2 million gold respecting my Acolyte, trying to find a build with any weapon that could utilize poison, and I just couldn't. And it comes down to the fact that when you spec into poison, you get poison gloves, plague fingers, snake bite, get up to 4 stacks, get up to 3 stacks. It never compares to the freaking Pathfinder 9 to 12 stacks. Nothing does. So because of that, it's kind of like... And the fact that I think is a problem is Pathfinder doesn't need to get poison chance. Any other class that plays poison has to. Because if you don't get poison chance, you don't have a guaranteed poison skill like the bow does. Well, you could probably run crossbow and run gas grenades, but, you know, limited charge. But yeah, that's the problem I ran into. No matter what you do, is just never going to be good enough. So I would get to the point where I would clear maps, and I realized that the only reason why I was able to clear maps was because I just had a really strong weapon. And the poison was doing nothing. I would do 90% of the mobs hit with my crossbow. And then the poison wouldn't do anything. Because they'd be dead already. And then it was like, why am I even stacking poison? It was tough, man. It was tough. This run have a theme to it, or is just icy out there? We're gonna be doing this. Full steam ahead, Spoonwood, but we're gonna do the geothermal plant for the max resource. So what that means is we're gonna hit a liquid to 2,200 degrees so that we could have it give us Niobium. So we're gonna be doing the maximum temperature we could give to it. Not, you know, theoretical max. Right? So theoretical max would be a dupe 9,000 degrees. Right? We're not going to do that. We're going to do the max reward, which is 2,200 degrees, which is still pretty hot. So That's going to be the run. We're going to try to get the Niobium from the full steam ahead. And we're playing on the Ceres Mini Cluster. And I've never played on that. So we have to find the third planet. And we're going to see how the map works out. Played Spark in 1.1, blew everything up. I see you. I played Ice Lightning Invoker. So you know how it was. You just slap them once, chain explosion the entire map. When a boss shows up, you summon the bell, and then he gets melted. And then you know what was funny with that? 0.2 dropped. I couldn't even attempt maps anymore. I went from farming 15s to having to dumb it down so that I don't get immediately one shot. Like, if the map had any range units, I couldn't touch the map. Because I would get hit once, and then I get chain stunned because I'm running Chaos Inoculation. So when you have 1 health, your stun threshold is also 1. So if you get hit, because I'm running ES, I get chain stun locked by normal hits because my stun threshold is effectively 1. So if I get hit by a range character, once you get stunned, you can't evade anymore. I get chain stunned until my HP goes to 0. And then I just lose. That was my experience with the 0.2 patch, man. And then I was like, yo, I have to play range now. So that was with my Invoker that was farming, and I was struggling with that. With the new update. It was tough. I will say that, though, that on my Acolyte that I'm playing now, I went through so many different builds, man. It's tough. There's a Malady support. Oh, I saw that. Malady was kind of interesting. I do have a build concept that I'm kind of curious about. But yeah, there's the Malady that's interesting. Because what Malady allows you to do is you get to stack like one of them, bleed or poison, and then you run Malady on one of your other main skills, and then you get both. Because let's say you're running like let's say you're running like a warrior build and you're running Stampede Leap Slam. You could Stampede stack bleed, and then your Leap Slam has poison chance. All you got to do is run Malady, right? And then if you have 50% bleed, you run in Venom on Leap Slam. Now you have 100% on both. That's kind of nice, man. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of nice. And then you have 2 damaging ailments. The problem is that while that's cool, I don't think there's a lot of like real potential there. I did find out that there's another build that would make a lot of sense. But then I tried it out and it didn't work out. I tried to run a poison build as a physical monk with Acolyte. And it's because you get chaos damage bonus, right? From reality rending. So the chaos plus physical equals poison damage if you get the poison tick. So I was like, okay, that's decent. So you know what I was running? I was running the Helm that gives you 100% chance to poison on critical hit. And I ran a physical critical monk with Wind Blast and Flicker Strike. It was garbage. It was not good. I'll tell you right now, it was not good. I'll tell you that much. It was not a good time, man. It ended up being the same problem. It's either I one-shot the mobs and the poison does nothing. And it's like, well, if the poison does nothing, why am I even trying to do this? I just run a defensive helm. Gives me like triple my energy shield, right? So I was like, it's so tough, man. I ended up running a Super Meme Lightning Acolyte build. I'm running Stormwave. But yeah, there is some bleed stuff that I kind of want to do because of how you could do the bleed crystals, because of the new bleed herald. There is some stuff there, it just doesn't feel that strong. All right, let's get this going. All right, a lot of stuff right here is going away. We have like no CO2, dude. We really have no CO2. We have a lot of breathability still. Maybe I shouldn't worry too much about it until we get to a lower level. All right. We're just gonna wait for the builds to be built, the dupes to be digging. The wood's gone down a little bit. We will want to get the pike apple ranch up, but we don't have seeds, so we're gonna try to get some more seeds. And then gonna continue digging. No oxygen generation yet. I feel like because of this, basically just kind of like, oh, what a slip. You know, this is basically pulling back because it's becoming oxygen. I think that is going to be a problem. So I should wait till we get to the bottom to start setting up the CO2 pit. I feel like. And then that way I don't get jebaited by it. But I'm also thinking we could skip the Alveo Vera. Don't dig down, dig up. Create the space for the electrolyzer so we could have the hydrogen atop, capture it, run that through the generators, right? And have that be not bad. That might be a lot better, man. Going straight to the electrolyzers, which is probably the smart thing to do. We're gonna run the power a little weird. We're gonna run that here. And we're gonna get rid of this, just so that we could get the lab bonus. We're gonna be doing iron instead of cinnabar ore, because the map is gonna get warmed up at some point. I think it will. I might not actually, you know, it might take an actual long time to warm up. I do know that I don't want to be using heaters all day. That's gonna, you know, be a drag. All right. Ooh, what a slip. So we know we have a leaky oil fissure on the map. We should try to find it and open it up. It's going to be a lot of heat right there. We'd be able to add in. Also gives us oil, which is going to be really good for liquid locks. Now, of course, we will need obsidian digging in order to really utilize that. And then if we just have that on top of ice, it's going to warm everything up. That also means that we should probably like dig everything on top of it and let it fall on top so the items can get warmed up, or it cools down the oil. Either case wouldn't be bad. Are we doing... Oh, no research. Okay. We will want to grab... So we have automation wire. We have rock crusher. We have coal jet. Get ranching wouldn't be bad. I just don't think we could do that yet. We'll grab toilets. Is this the GigaFast run? No. What's going on, NDS? We are doing full steam ahead, but we're going to try to do the maximum temperature of 2,000 degrees for the liquid pumping in. That way we could try to get the Niobium reward. So it's basically our first run is going to be figuring out our strategy for getting to the planet, figuring out the layout of the mini Ceres cluster. We're doing the mini Ceres cluster. So it's basically the Ceres map but on different planets, 3 planets. And then we're gonna, once we got that, we're gonna try to speed run it. So right now we're doing our, you know, feeling it out, getting through it. And then we're gonna work out what we're gonna need in order to get a speed run in for this. And then that's gonna be the goal. Zero Dragon, join in the Duke Colony. Who would you like to claim? Who would you like to claim? Take everyone except Matique, so he's already claimed. He's spoken for. Let me know, let me know. Camille, you have an outfit of choice. Not a balloon artist, that's unfortunate. We got red. Red, blue, red, white. Black and red. Black and red. Alright, we're gonna do black gloves. And then we gotta give you red shoes. Maybe red gloves. Alright, welcome in. There it is. Zero Dragon. Nah, that looks good. You like the black gloves? We could do black gloves. Alright. Welcome in, welcome in. You know the worst thing about this outfit is that if we give you a sweater Lamantixo, it's gonna go over your shirt. I really want Clay to make it so that the cosmetic items doesn't go over the, I mean the sweaters in the game, like the warm sweater cool vest. I would like it if that didn't go over the cosmetic clothes. That'd be kind of cool, man. Because that way I can see the outfits instead of seeing this parka. I think, yeah, it's cool. It's parka. It's just, you know, this guy's flatulent. All right, looks like we're going to be taking Steve Hightower. My boy Steve Hightower. We're going to bop this. Get rid of that. Have that connect. And then we'll get our lab bonus here. No one has research skill. Who's my natural researcher? It's Matixo. My boy Steve has the dig skill. We'll give him carrying capacity. Layra 0-0. What the hell is this? Dig skill. Turner's gonna have carrying, and then we will do carrying capacity here as well. Dude, we got the no one is happy setup right now. Living on the frozen planet. Dude, we got the no one is happy, man. Be like that at times. Let's get rid of this. So one of the things we're gonna need to do is put a roof. We are gonna be getting cold meteors here with the Oxlight and the Blizzard. So it's gonna keep making everything cool. She makes expressions like she's terrified when she's changing the clothes. Come on, man. Imagine like you're in The Sims and like you're magically just seeing your clothes change. I'd be like, what's going on, man? What is happening? You know what I'm saying? That's kind of fair. Can't be really too mad about that. Just stepped on some coffee. Oh. Let's get this inside. Get the new research. All right, with the smart smart. The supercomputer unlocked. We probably want to get ranching. Okay, let's get that. Let's get this. People are warming up their hands. Hey, Cthulhu, coming in with the 51 months. Thank you so much. I see you over there. Welcome back to the city. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Enjoy the emoji toy that's ad for your viewing. Don't forget that legit sub. I appreciate you. Thank you for the support. What's going on, Cthulhu? How you be? I busted a pirate today. No way, at school? No way, man, for reals? Why would you do that at school? I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about them. Why would they be doing that at school? That's kind of sketchy. So what happened, man? Tell us the story, Cthulhu. A kid was using his school-provided Google account to host movies and games and stuff for other students. Wow. So what happened? Did he have to talk to the principal? Did his parents come in? He had to do a conference? What was the result, man? We gotta know. He's going places. It looked like a professional looking site. Wow. Damn, man. This could be the start of Netflix, dude. Dude, this could be the start of Netflix, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. But as the kids say, he's cooked. Yeah, man. At least the FBI didn't show up at his house and be like, hey man, your kid's using something called Kazaa. Oh man, at least that didn't happen to him, you know? What's going on, Talking Terror? Welcome in. Yo, Cthulhu, man, I gotta ask, do you guys have a move called Gathering Storm in PoE 1? Curious question. You can't do that to a school account, man. That's gonna go on your permanent record. Y'all know the permanent record? They don't realize we can see everything they do. That's like a kid not knowing that your web browser has browsing history. It kind of feel like that, man. Okay. I'm playing a weird Acolyte build. Dude, I'm so mad. You know what I found out? The Acolyte class had their ascendancy changed because it was so underwhelming. And the ascendancy changes, your Mana Leech is instant. They changed that because the second node after that is your Mana Leech also leeches your energy shield. So that allows your energy shield to get, you know, energy shield back via Mana Leech. You know what the stupidest thing about that was? Mana Leech is only physical damage. And everyone plays elemental unless you're a warrior. And because of that, you can't really benefit from that. So you know what happened? They changed it. So they made it so that the Acolyte class could Mana Leech with all damage types. That's not damage over time. So elemental damage, physical damage, chaos damage, that all gives you Mana Leech down. You know what I found out? That's the stupidest thing. Mana Leech doesn't happen if you are at max mana. So that means you never leech energy shield. It's the stupidest thing. Like, what's the point of it if it doesn't work Because it's not like I'm gonna be low mana ever if I have Mana Leech. But the moment I max out my mana bar, I don't get Mana Leech for my energy shield anymore. Yeah, there's an over leech mechanic for some ascendancies. There is over life leech. That's it. And that's a warrior passive node. There isn't a mana version for that yet because Mana Leech is like super underwhelming. I got so mad when I found that out, dude. I was like, wait, you buffed this and it still doesn't work? Because I was testing that out and I was like, this, dude, I regenerated 9 energy shield. What is going on? What is going on? I'm critting for 50k and I only regenerate 9 energy shield. Like, I one-shot the bosses with the skill. And I'm just like not getting anything back. And I'm just like, okay, this is jank. This is jank. Oh, man. PoE 2, man. It's always getting shafted one way or another. Paragraph 22. I see you, Terziv. Alright, research. Alright, we got the ranching started. Let's grab smart battery. We will need that. I'm using Mana Leech and a little mana on hit. Yeah, man. So I'm not hitting anything. I ran out quick. Yeah. Mana problems are a big thing in PoE 2 right now. So you know what I'm thinking about doing? I'm thinking about running Mind over Magic. Mind over Matter. Damage taken is taken from mana before life. So basically, you run that, and then the Mana Leech starts to actually help. Right? Oh, man. That's such a meme. I don't know if I should even attempt that. Because it's like going all the way to get the Mind over Matter node. It's freaking far, man. Alright, this is somewhat of a setup. We could actually start doing Alveo Vera plants here if we wanted to. Cycle 11. We're gonna get our Oxalite Meteor. Oh, it's warm. Oh, I thought this was cold. Alright, if this is warm, that's not bad. I can't really be too mad about that. I would use Eldritch Battery too, which would be how I would do it. Eldritch Battery converts energy shield to mana. So I would have 4k mana, up from 10k, because I have 3.3k ES. Right? So, I mean, Chaos Inoculation, all the energy shield nodes are all, like, next to each other anyways. So I was considering that. I really was. Oops. The only problem is that it feels like I use so much nodes for defense. Eldritch Battery, Mind over Matter, Chaos Inoculation, all the ES nodes. It starts to feel like I'm getting no damage. So I was like, yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. Alright, so we are going to want to set up our warm spots. It's going to be up top. And we're likely going to want to do it here. Lurk, appreciate you, Timos. Thank you for the lurks. Guys, if you guys have any questions about the Onis, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to help. I know we're talking about some Path of Exile right now. But yeah, man. Just hanging out with the PoEs. I'm having some fun with that. Enjoying my time with the PoE too. Even though I am complaining about it. There is parts of it that is kind of fun. It's just, man. It's very much... I guess for lack of better words, I'm addicted to PoE 2. And I can't help myself because it's like... I really want to get back to that feeling of one-shotting the mobs. Like I did in patch 0.1. Oh, I gotta watch the interview today. One of the streamers is having the interview with the Jonathan and Mark from Grinding Gear Games. And they're gonna talk about the recent update. I need to see that after stream, because that's today, I think. Did the max population run die? It did. It was lagging pretty bad, so I was like, you know what? We kind of need to table this just because it's lagging. Alright, this is warming up the area. We're going through the woods. What was the final count? I think it was like 96, 98. We didn't lose. We would have been able to go up to 150. It's just that the game started lagging pretty bad. Like, the dupes wouldn't do anything. They just kind of sit there in the CO2 cloud. They wouldn't react to the not being able to breathe anymore. So they would literally suffocate almost if they're in like a bad tile space that you normally would never be able to suffocate if you moved out at 75, but they're moving out at 25. So that difference in how much breathability you have to buffer was bopping them. So we would get close calls, and I would be like, okay, this is not fun. I can't even simulate the game on 3x speed without the AI not working. All right, the research is through. We got the ranching started. We're probably going to get this set up. We're going to start trying to get some electrolyzer stuff. Oxygen is fine. I might want to get a few Alveoveros here. Yo, Andy, give us the GigaFast run in one stream sometime. I got you, Andy. Okay. I see you over there. We will have to work that out. One stream temporal tear speed run. Do you have any limitations, man? Whenever I'm ready. Because I would want to find a seed and then work on that seed. So you're cool with that, right? Me basically trying to pick out a seed for it. Or because it's like, that's gonna be tough to do on, like, you know, a non-fixed seed. That's cool, that's cool. Okay, okay. So this is gonna be for the temporal tear speed run. Do that in one stream from beginning to end. And then we could try to make that into a movie. All right, that's gonna be something we could do. Yeah. I will DM you or post in the Oni channel about that once I have a designated day. But yeah, I know it's probably something I should do soon. 2 frost-proof dupes. I gotta take Freya. I gotta take Freya. Freya's cool, man. She's also digging, though. Alright, we'll have her be a tidier. Have her prioritize on that. Nice one, legit. Appreciate you, Andy. So we will have to find a seed, figure out the strat that we would need for that specific seed, because we're going to have to shave a lot of fat. Trim the fat, shave it all off. And try to get that in one stream. So it's probably gonna be like a full 8-hour run. Most likely. I'm gonna have to play on 3x speed. I wonder if there's gonna be any RNG in that we're gonna have to kind of like consider. Because we might want bionics. So we might want the bionics, man. Can you eat this bluish animal that jumps around? Yes, you can. But you see the horns? The horns are actually made out of wood. And since they're made out of wood, we could actually use that as a fuel source. So ideally, we are going to want to ranch these guys to shear the horns. Now, the thing with this is that they drop meat just like a pip does. And for the most part, they don't do anything special. You just chop their horns and you get wood. They have to eat off of the farm tiles. You don't, well, you could feed them via the critter feeder, but I believe they could also graze off of the plants. So technically, you could just have them sitting in your farm. At the same time, you can make a separate ranch for them and use it as a wood source. But yeah, they do give you meat, just not full amount. So normally a hatch gives you 3,200, which is double this. Draco gives you 3,200 as well. Pips and this guy gives you 16. It's not as much, so you know, they're technically not a good meat source in that regard, just because there's going to be a better variation. Now this guy's, you know, I'm not gonna have to tell you, it gives you 22,000. This is a big boy. Lots of meat. It's not bad. Not bad, not bad. All right, so right now we have no oxygen generation. We're going to create some space. Our goal is going to be doing a weird electrolyzer build. What our goal is going to be is we're going to put an electrolyzer at the bottom. We're just going to add in water. And then we're going to make it so that the top part is hydrogen. And then we're going to put some generators near the top. All right, so we probably want to do that. We probably want to continue doing this. And we're going to want this to do this at the top due to the fact that the hydrogen is going to rise up. So I feel like that just makes sense. Since this is going to be meltable, we're going to want to add in solid tiles so that the hydrogen doesn't break out into space. That would suck. Dude, guys, you know what I watched yesterday? I watched the Longest Yard. It was free on YouTube. I was like, yo, holy snap. This is the classic, man. Longest Yard with Adam Sandler, Cheeseburger Eddie. I remember watching that, man. It was a good time. I didn't think YouTube had free movies like that. They actually have a pretty decent variety, man. I was kind of impressed. All right, we kind of want to grab the kitchen sink. It kind of makes sense. So let's just do this. Actually, maybe not. Maybe we should. Maybe not. Maybe we should. I should send you the kid's website. Yo, Massey over there. Aricia coming in with the raid. Shout out to you, Aricia. How was the streams, dude? Charmage, welcome in. Aricia raid. Hey, big fish. I saw that you got the Puff plushie recently, man. Have you been enjoying your Puff plushie? Welcome in, welcome in. If you guys don't know, Aricia does a lot of oxygen not included. A little bit of Balatro. If you guys don't know Aricia, check the man out. This guy is a fish, sometimes. Sometimes he's a puff. But yeah, man, check out Aricia. Chill times. Streams earlier than I do, time zone. So if you guys are up awake, check a man out. How was the streams though, man? How was the Onis? Puff plushie is great. What's the plan for the Frosty Asteroid today? We've been discussing industrial saunas and stuff. Industrial saunas are weird. I feel like at a certain size, they become inefficient. Because of just the brute force amount of like space and heat you have to add for that. It's tough. Though I feel like they do have, you know, some boon, it's just... Is it worth it? The amount of effort you have to put in before it starts to become positive. Oh, the run today. So we're going to be doing a challenge run. So we are on the Ceres Mini Cluster with the different Ceres planet. So there's going to be 3 Ceres clusters, right? So we're going to be doing the full steam ahead. However, with the geothermal power plant, we are going to want to get the maximum reward. So that means we're going to have to pipe in a liquid that's 2,200 degrees Celsius or higher. And then we have to get the niobium that way, right? So our goal is to get the max rewards from the heat pump. There's actually like a little graph next to it about where your heat's at. And we're going to want to do that on the mini Ceres map because I haven't played on these mini Ceres cluster when it came out. And once we do that, we're going to try to figure out if we could speed run it. So we're going to go through the map, go through the run, find a strategy that kind of works with what we want to do, and then do it again, but fast. So, of course, that's going to be the goal. And then, yeah, we'll get to see what the Frosty Planet pack has in store for us because I haven't played on the mini cluster. I don't know how the planets are separated. It looks like this is going to be the Nectar map. And that this is just a normal, you know, Ceres start. So we'll have to do some space. We'll have to find where the heat pumps are. And then we got really bad luck. This planet that I think is where you have just a Nectar at, we have volcanic activity. And then the other one that has a visual of magma dripping off the side, off of the planet, that one has a frozen core. So I'm thinking to myself, wait, don't I need magma on the 3rd planet in order for me to be able to do that well? And I'm like, oh, that means if I don't get a volcano there, we're going to have to do something jank because we lose the magma in the core. And I'm like, wait, what? That's not cool, dude. That is not cool. How you gonna do me up like this, man? Ah, man. So, you know, we potentially have some problems there. We'll have to see. But, yeah. We got some bad RNG. So I am kind of worried because I have some ideas on how to get a liquid to 2,000 plus Celsius. The only problem is that every one of those methods, it's slow throughput. Making glass, running the glass through the steel smelter 3 to 4 times. You get the 1,700 to 2,200, you know? And it's like, you could technically do something like that, but it's like, that's such a long process to get enough actual fluids for the heat pump to turn on. There's also the heating up of a volcano, geotune it, and then do a no contact pump with enough pumps, right? So that you could actually try to get some magma directly piped in. Either way, we're gonna have to figure something out. But yeah, that's gonna be the run. So guys, coming in with the Euresia Gaming, my name is Too Legit City. We're doing an Oni run, new run from the start, cycle 14 at the very beginning. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be happy to help. That's my kitty cat Mamba in the bottom right. He's just napping away. He's just hanging out with us. But yeah, pretty sure you got to tune it in. Otherwise, hope you guys have a good Tuesday. Euresia, if you gotta take care of the post-stream stuff, y'all know what it is. Don't let me stop you. Get the foods, get the things. Take care of all the pets, the fishes, and the significant others. If you guys don't know, Reese has kids, and I'm talking about goats. He has a bunch of goats in his backyard. So don't forget to tend to the kids. Reese, that's a meme. He doesn't have kids. Okay, so idle 4. Why do we have food poisoning? All right, pause. We don't have electrolyzer attack. We do want to make a setup. So we're going to want to make a dome shape so that we could capture all of the hydrogen right here. We're going to have an open electrolyzer. We're going to feed it with a ice liquefier. And we're going to probably want liquid reservoir so that we could bottle empty into this. Wait, bottle drainer. Oh, okay. It doesn't need rad tech. So that's kind of nice. Dude, you don't get Wheeze warts on this, huh? That's super troll. You get the cold planet, no Weezewarts, so that means you don't get free radiation. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, you get no radiation from this. From like a source. That's very unfortunate, man. I see you over there, Aricia. Alright, so we know the plans, we just gotta make a dome. Let's just do a quick seal like this. And then just gonna do a small little ladder path. We will want to dig this, and then all the ice is gonna be on top, so none of it's gonna melt. That's basically what we're worried about, things melting. That's 4. I should be able to dig that. I might need to dig this, which I'm willing to do. I probably also want to dig that so that we have no hydrogen getting caught here. It just floats up. Now, I might want to put a wall here because we don't really need to deal with this. Is this what I think it is? Leaky oil fissure? Always lucky. Oh, polluted water vent. That's nice, actually. That's actually pretty nice. Alright, we're opening this up. And we're gonna go through the low path. I think I do want to have this sealed up right here. And I do want to move out the flocks. We will put that like that. I think, because of how this works, we're gonna want something like this. Oh no, I need that airflow though, because of the nature of the electrolyzer. And that means I have to open this up as well. That's fine. Big food, yep. We got the big mammoth. We got to feed him the fancy potatoes. If we do, he gets a crown. We don't know where this guy gets his crown from. All we know is that if you feed him enough potatoes, he gets a crown. Crown's kind of cool. You get some gold. But outside of that, man, it's kind of underwhelming. Alright, so we do know that pike apples, pike bushes, this is going to be -55 to -14. It's going to be warmer up top. So if you want to do ranching, it has to be at the bottom. Okay, that's very fair. So I guess the question is there an area we really want to go to? We could see that the right side is fully explored, so we probably want to go left. So that would be here. I guess this wouldn't be too bad. Oh, we should do that one first. That makes a lot of sense. That would be the top. And then once we dig, oh, wait, the items gotta fall through. Okay, I can kind of see how we have to do this then. Hey, man, we don't have lettuce. You can't make a burger without lettuce, man. Just saying. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is this correct math? 4 times 800 is 32. And then 3 cycles, that's 3,000 calories. So I should be positive. How are we not having enough food? How do we not have enough food? Something feels off, man. We even have extra plots. Something feels jank. Alright. Let's get another row of pike apples out. We're gonna make a pike apple ranch for the little flocks right here on the left side. We also want to go out here to see if we could find the leaky oil fissure. It's gonna be a nice heat source for us. It's gonna be good times. Insulated tile tack, why not? I also want to open this. This could technically be spawn water for the electrolyzer, and it wouldn't be bad. 30 degrees, don't have to warm it up. I do have to filter it though, and that's the only thing that kind of sucks. Oops, feels bad. Alright, we're digging out the items right here so that the tiles doesn't have anything on top of it once we do have this built. Right, that's gonna be the goal. And then technically, once we get... Oh, you're gonna get stuck. Okay, doesn't get stuck. Does he get stuck? Doesn't get stuck, let's go. Alright, so these, this, and then we could bop that. If we could bop these, I would too. And we can. We could stand on this tile and reach. Pretty good. Dude, what the heck? Suki paying for the gift sub we got from Miss Chemical Stairs, coming in with the 5 gifted. Suki, thank you so much. Holy crap. I see you over there. Suki with a gift sub to Admiral Eon. It's a hoax, unfocused, Dakota Sports, and Gone 04. Suki, thank you so much. Holy heck. I see you over there. Thank you so much. For what, Suki? I'm just over here streaming, trying to do my thing. So I appreciate you for coming out with the support. 5 gifted for the communities. Glad you enjoyed the content. Glad you enjoy the vibes. And of course, above all else, thank you for supporting me and the Mambas. I see you over there. Appreciate you, Suki. Sometimes that's how it be, and it do. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. It really do be like that sometimes. You just hate to see it. Our Ruby, because she's frost-proof, is probably gonna be who we take. Suki, you know the story of that, right? That phrase. Alright, you could be a doctor. That's fair. Do you happen to know the story of that phrase? You do not. Yo, man, it's story time. It is story time, my dude. So this is probably a good time. So guys, if you guys are not familiar, I have, if you guys frequent the channel, you guys might hear me saying some of my patented 2 legit city idioms. We actually got a book published the other day. It's a list of all the phrases I say and do. And one of the more common ones that I do say is, you know, they don't think it be like it is, but it do. Really do be like that sometimes, man. You just hate to see it. You know, something bad happens. You didn't expect it. You know, you get one of those phrases in there. Now, I didn't make that phrase up. I actually took that from somebody. And the story of this is kind of impressive. So, I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with the baseball. And I'm talking about American baseball. You know, not to get it confused with baseball anywhere else. But for the most part, what had happened was that back in the days, there was a baseball player. And his name was Oscar Gamble. This is a real person. You guys could look this up. So what happened was that this guy had a great rookie season, and he was a pitcher. Of course, he was African American, and this was back in the days. I think this was like the 80s or 70s. You know, this is before the millennia. So what had happened was that he played pretty well, and he got the eyes of the Yankees on him. So of course, the Yankees were like, you know what? Let's bring him in. He'll play for us. He could pitch. And then what ends up happening is that he's excited, right? As a rookie, you're gonna play for the Yankees. It's the Yankees. This is baseball. And then this is back in the day. So they're basically, you know, kings of the sport, so to speak. And you really want to play for the Yankees, right? It's a good way in, get your name out there. People are gonna know your name. It gets a little bit of stardom, whatever you wanna get from that, right? So after his first year, he found out he got traded in the summertime. And, you know, after word got out that he was going to play for the Yankees, he started getting sponsorship offers. You know, that's common, right? Once you make it to a big league, big name, you know, the Yankees, big name, so it makes a lot of sense. He got a hair sponsorship amongst others. And the hair sponsorship was for I think it was like a hair product or something. He was basically endorsing the fact that the hair product was good enough for his afro because he had a big, luscious afro. And since he got sponsored by this company to help him, you know, keep his afro looking nice, and you get to see it every time he pitches, you know, he was like, okay, nice. Got a sponsorship for the fro. So, you know, come day one, training camp. He heads in, he's walking by, the GM's there, the owner's there. And basically, one of them's like, hey, you with the hair, you gotta cut it. Straight up on the first day of camp. Can you imagine the first day you show up to work? The boss goes, yo, you gotta cut this. What are you gonna do? Right? Now, normally, you'd probably be like, hell no, right? But this is a multi-million-dollar gig. Let's be real here, man. This is good money. I'm not gonna say no to 6, 7 figures, 8 figures, you know, because I just gotta cut my hair. Okay, cool. Like, part of me would be kind of mad, but if I was getting paid that much, I wouldn't really think twice. Now, this guy though, he was like, wait, hold up. You know, he knows he's signing a deal with the Yankees. The first thing he goes is like, wait, I can't. I just signed a sponsorship deal with the Afro. So I can't just cut the hair because it's not going to work out. So the guy was like, no, we are the Yankees. If you want to play for us, you're cutting your hair. And apparently, the Yankees has a reputation for having their players being clean cut. No one has any over-the-top mustaches or facial hair or hair, you know, no one has long hair like that. So since his fro was so majestic and waving in the wind, they made him cut it. And then that's when the quote came out. They asked him, hey man, why'd you cut your fro? Rumor has it you have a sponsorship deal with these guys. He goes, yeah man, I had that all lined up, but you know what, man? They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. It really do be like that sometimes, man. You just hate to see it. That's literally where the quote comes from, man. That was his response. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. Really do be like that sometimes. I lost sponsorship deal because my boss told me to cut my hair. That's literally where that came from, man. Unfocused, I see you over there. Hope you're having a good one. Thank you for tuning in. But yeah, that is the story. If you guys didn't know, real story, you could Google this and it would break it down. This is a real story. I did not make this up, man. Oh, is this it? Leaky oil fissure. Nadagas. That's still pretty good. It's not the leaky oil that I need to crack right away, though. I did just Google it and can confirm it's a real story. You get to see a picture of him with a smile, but he has his fro still. And then you get the quote. Feels bad, man. Alright, we want a proper roof, so we're gonna try to build that first. Alright, we're gonna get to the extreme left. We're gonna want a 96 tile ranch here. Is there a mechanic that allows you to use Poop for fuel. So the problem with that is that there's no real poop resource that's called poop. I don't know if that makes sense. So when the dupes poop, it's polluted water we get, right? So when a dupe poops, we don't get a poop, we get polluted water. So it's a water mixed with dirt, or that's what they call dirt. You don't use this as a fuel type. Technically, you can convert this into regular water, and then the regular water you could convert to hydrogen. Right here, water for oxygen, hydrogen, right? And that is a power source. But you can see the ratio, this is about 12% of the max mass, so you lose 70 something percent. Now, critters are very different. Critters will poop. However, they don't poop poop. They poop resource. So the mammoth will give you a mammoth patty, which is actually poop, and then you would crush this in order to get polluted dirt and I think clay. It should tell you. No, you get phosphorite and clay from this. Now, this is not a power source. Outside of that, though, this guy will give you sugar. So he eats sulfur and he gives you sugar. Sugar is technically a rocket engine fuel source type. You could burn sugar and then you get a little bit of propulsion. The problem is that it's not a power source. You don't have a power generator that benefits from this. You have this guy that gives you, oops, reed fiber. If you shear them, they give you phosphorite from their poop. So it depends. For the most part, there are some animals that will give you a fuel, but basically they all give you a resource. This guy is who you're looking for. This guy breathes in carbon dioxide and gives you crude oil. I don't have to tell you that crude oil is power, right? You probably already know that. So you're talking about this guy, except that this guy's a hot guy. 50 Celsius is his low end. He wants to be closer to 100 and something. So he needs to be in a magma environment, hot environment, typically. But yeah, some of them do. The ones we have, you could technically say this guy's a fuel source because we could cut his antlers and then that's going to reward us with wood. And then we could use the wood burner to generate power. That's actually what they want you to do in order to get by the beginning, but I'm going to skip that. I'm just going to go straight to something else. That's going to be a lot more efficient, but yeah. Depends on a critter. Critters, though, they all give you a different variety of resource depending on which one you use. Of course, your environment's going to dictate which ones are going to survive. So you're not going to have access to everything. So the environment, being a cold environment, right? -30, -30, -30. It's going to make it so that a lot of the ill-prepared critters would just die upon being here. But if they can survive, like this guy, the woolly mammoth, you know, they'd be able to do all right. Okay. You're going to be so sad. We're going to have to give it, though. All right, 2-3, stress problems incoming. All right, we're gonna want to dig this. A lot of work. Let's do more pike apples. Oh, our calories are positive now. We're gonna do one more until we get our 9th dupe. It's gonna be pretty good. All right, we're gonna be wanting to do this dig if we can. Nice. All right, 4. We want to build this. All right, so this is going to be our first ranch. This is going to be for the floxes. We'll get that set up right here, and then we'll start moving them over. People are having dinner. Not bad. You make alcohol, air quotes, via lumber, the wood. because ethanol is technically alcohol in this game, and you could run this inside a petroleum generator as a fuel source. So technically, ethanol is probably the closest thing to alcohol that we have, and it is actually a fuel source. Now, you don't make that from sugar, though. That's the thing. You make this from wood. You get an ethanol distiller. Right here. Converts wood to ethanol. Get a couple byproducts like polluted dirt and carbon dioxide. I'm not really familiar with the process, but I don't know if they normally use wood to make ethanol in real life. I just know that's how they do it in game. Starvation? Wait, what? Oh, they don't have enough downtime. All right, we'll give them four hours. That's fair. That's fair. We're not giving them downtime. That's my bad. That's technically is my bad. Yeah. Feels bad. Feels bad. All right, we got that built. We get this mined out now. Alright, technically we want to do 2 layers. So when we build a layer of tiles, the items don't go on top of the tiles. That's what we're trying to avoid so that we don't have to clean up. You don't need more down there, need to man up. Yo, man. Maybe he's right. 96 tiles. Going on, Espere? I see you over there. How are you? Hope you're having a good ones. Alright, so we are gonna do a meme strat. No. Let's do a Phlox proper setup. So they eat 20% growth per cycle, which is 5 kgs of dirt that we get, and then we could chop the horns for wood, right? If they eat food, they regrow their horns. Okay, that's cool. Let's dig this part. We should move a lot of the items here so that a lot of the cold falls down. That way I don't have to worry about this staying cold for longer than it needs to. We'll get this started soon. So I want to do some math. So we know it's 20% growth per cycle per Phlox. We are understanding that they use 12 tiles of space, so we get 8 Phloxes per ranch. That's assuming 96 tiles. And then each one of these grows 33% per cycle, right? So that means 8 times 20 is 160. And then we do 33 per cycle. So that means we do 5 per 8. Now, let's argue that we want to over-provide. Yeah, 5 per 8 would be good enough, but it's like barely break even. All right, we're going to run 5 per 8. It should be okay. So we probably want to do this. Do that. And then let's get our setup. So grooming station, shearing station. We want drop off. We're not going to have a feeder in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Technically bop that, climb down the low way. All the ice falling down. Got a hailstorm happening. Oh, wait. I'm trying to move the Phlox. That's kind of jank. Alright, and then after we get that, we're going to want solid tiles here. We probably just want to dig through the bottom here, to be honest. And then once we get that set up, we're going to do the door setup like that. And then this is just free space, technically. Getting our first ranch in. We'll get toilets soon, boys. Soon. I'd probably do my toilets up here. Because that would allow us to do... Well, the polluted oxygen might be a problem, right? So maybe we do it here. Ethanol is ethyl alcohol that we drink. Methanol alcohol is something that makes people blind when consumed. Methanol, isn't that what's in moonshine? Is that what's in moonshine? I believe. I remember seeing too many of the movies, Hollywood movies. You do the moonshine and then people go blind because of the moonshine's too strong or something. I've seen that on the TVs. Can't say I know actually what's happening though. Only if it's bad moonshine. What makes moonshine bad? Alright, we're gonna open this up so the hydrogen goes up to here. I am probably also gonna wanna do this. Oh, we should make a mechanical filter. Why not? So we probably just do it like this. We're gonna run gas valve. And then we run it like that. Oops, this is wrong. Hoop, hoop, hoop. This goes in. Comes out. Okay, cool. We are gonna run this setup here. Actually, I should probably change that based off of how I want to do this. Bad distillation process. So when you have a bad distillation process, you get methanol instead of ethanol, and that's the bad stuff. And that's the bad stuff, huh? All right, so this is 96 Tile Ranch. This is going to be flux. 8 max. We should do a flux overflow that's basically isolated. We might do 2 flux ranch. So we should continue with this. Do the digs. Let them do their thing. Gonna be doing this. Gas res. We get 2 gas reses here. That's kind of nice. So it's gonna be these is gonna be where we have to feed into. We know that that's always gonna come off of the valve right here. Right? And this is gonna go in, and then this goes in like that. That's not connected, that works, so that means that's cut, that's cut. We run this like this, in like that, and then we run overflow, which shouldn't really do anything. Okay, we're just gonna do this so we have a place to dump the oxygen. We got to get H2 out. It's going to be coming up here. Because of how this should work, we're not really going to care about the slime, but we don't want to open it up due to the off-gassing. Okay. Let's do these tiles. Open up the hydrogen. And then we're going to want to open these 2 tiles, so this opens up. We want the hydrogen to basically release. Okay, we got the smart battery, smart storage. This is getting there. Alright, so I did understand we had to dig this out. And Do we want Bonnie? Food poisoning tablet. I could actually benefit from that. Someone has food poisoning from now. A boop is, it's way too early. I don't mind grabbing sandstone. It's just, I wouldn't have much use for it. Liquid res, we have gas res. Oh, nice, we're in. All right, no ranchers in chat. Wow, we have no ranchers. Can you make blueprints use next run? I don't have the mod. That is not a game feature. If you want to use that, you have to download a mod for that to work. Oh man, Freya was having a bad time. Antibody though, let's go. Immunity for 1.5 cycles. So for the most part, that's gonna be a mod thing. That is gonna be a mod thing. We'll use Cinnabar ore. It's gonna be cold down here. We might leave this as a cold buffer. Technically, it's not that bad. So we do want to open this up because the oxygen is going to get pushed down. So we want to dig this and start digging down. Ideally, we probably start adding a ladder here. Or we do this, and then we add the ladder on this level, which kind of makes sense. We want all that to be breathable. All right, so there's no beds right now because there's no real point. Cold bedroom is going to be a penalty. And as a result, we're going to want to heat up an area in order to remove the cold bedroom debuff. You could do the wood heater. I never have a good experience with the wood heater. It always feels like the wood heater is having a thing with this, where regardless of if they need to use the heater, they kind of just always go to it every day, which means you just have unnecessary travel to this. Though I could see how getting a warm bedroom with the heaters could make that a little bit easier, because they'll be warm already when they wake up. They just need to make the fire resistant last longer than 0.2 cycles. Like, that literally means you are better off not having a heater because you're just going to travel back and forth to the heater to stay warm. Right? You're better off just tanking the cold penalty, man. Because the travel back and forth is kind of what kills you. It's bad time. Alright, so we will want a bottle emptier at some point. I also need to get a rock crusher set up. Power from here. Let's just run it on the very top. We'll run this like this for now. This is probably going to go away at some point. H2 starting to move out. Breathability is starting to get really bad. Alright, we might have to open up the oxalite down here. I guess we could do this. We're gonna put oxalite in here. So all the oxalite from the plants that get harvested gets moved up. We'll get oxygen source like that. That's not bad. So we will want a wheel battery combo. Get that started. We're gonna have to wait till we get a rancher. 2 toilets, no hand washing. Feels gross, but you know, we get it by. Okay. Looks like we have food. They're not even harvesting on time. And then we need to start moving the phloxes. We're gonna probably lock the door. All right, this is in iron ore. I guess that's what we do, because mercury is not gonna work here because it's gonna get warmed up. All right, so we're gonna make 10 iron, I guess. All right, new day. Waiting for the H2 to leave. Slowly accumulating. And right now, food should be all right. So oxygen's a little bit of an issue. Research is going to be done, and then we're going to get the electrolyzer started. After that, we'll want to get bottle emptier tech. Not emptier, bottle drainer, so that we could drain it into a reservoir. Wouldn't be bad. All right, nice. So we want electrolyzer tech. I probably do use the alveovarans to remove CO2 then. All right, so we'll probably have it like this. And then just have it open. So this part we'll want to dig. Building that out. This is gonna need power. Given how it's gonna be a single setup, I think it's gonna be like this. And then we're gonna have to replace this with a, oh, we should do it now, with a smart battery. We'll just have to wheel on it to get it jump started. There we go. I think it's like that. And then this needs to go to here. Ah, this goes to here. The automation should be correct though. Nice. Then we have gas storage. I was off by a tile. Oof. Okay, that's fine. So we want to do that. So we don't have to worry about building a ladder so that we could reach. This is okay. And then electrolyzer. Nice. Now I want bottle drainer tech right here. So we're just gonna have open spawn. We're gonna have to lower this to 0.1 work errands. So that one has to switch that. Gases look kind of correct. Looks good. We would cut this line so that we could get this started. And then we would need more H2 up top. This way I don't have to like accidentally pump oxygen. That would kind of suck. Alright, so this is basically what we need. A little tech to be done. So it's up the construction here to a 7. I don't think there's anything else they're prioritizing over this. And we want to keep digging down here. We're gonna dig up a little slime. It's fine. I should... Oh, I'll get that soon. We'll get Phyto oil ready. Not because we need it, but because it's like I'd rather have Phyto oil than have the slime off gas. And then we'll use the slime for the boops later on anyways. Alright, so I'm not cracking this open. I feel like I don't need to be working on that right now. Alright, keep digging so the airflow is going to be a little cleaner. If I can, I might want to dig that. Okay, let's do the mass move. That's going to be the remaining amount of ice. Second ice liquefier? It probably doesn't matter. H2, kind of nice. Alright, they could run the wheel. They got the H2 gas. Power's looking clean. Didn't need the wire there. We're only going to be running one electrolyzer for now. That's going to be exactly 8 dupes. I might want to run a second one then. I just don't know if we're going to be able to put it in the same spot and still have it work. I don't think it does. No. Is this hydrogen? It's looping. All hydrogen. And there is 999 right here. Perfect. So this is good. Hey, mechanical filter's in. Easy mechanical filter. I'm in, boys. Oh my god. 95. 55. We have power, so recharge threshold's at 10%. We'll never get that low. And then all we gotta add in now is a liquid res, and now a bottle drainer. And then once we get that, we're basically good. We're gonna have a spawn system. We're not gonna pump up everything and start looping it. That's gonna be a waste of power. All right, so it's just gonna be tech. Open up some oxygen so we can breathe, maybe. We probably don't want to open that up. Probably open up the bottom still. Yeah. So we could climb up this way, and then we want to open up the oxalate down below. Dude, we should get to the bottom. That makes sense. The words mechanical filter summoned me. This is the first in my 2LC watching history. Wait, no way. I've made a bunch of these before. But yeah, mechanical filter. Basically, you loop a very minuscule amount of gas in a loop perpetually. Since the rules of this make it so that if each tile is being occupied by an element, you can't bridge on this bridge right here. 1 to 3. That setup right here cannot pull anything that's not the same element. So as a result, anything up to 999 accuracy is going to get filtered out. Ooh, coal. That's going to be the first amount we get. I guess we can make wood coal. I probably don't want to get another dupe yet. So we'll probably chill out with the coal. Haven't seen it live. Oh, I see you. Okay. Yo, man, if you have any questions about this team, let me know. It's a great setup. Powerless. You got to use a valve, gas valve. And remember to set the value to 0.1. You don't need to be at 0.1. 1 value is good enough. Yeah, if you make a kiln now, which we will. The kiln now has a new recipe. Oh, not at a cinnabar ore, though. That converts wood into charcoal, which is basically coal. It's just, you know, gotta do that. I used them back in the days when the game didn't have DLCs. Oh yeah, it's still pretty good though. It's still pretty good. It hasn't gone any worse. There's just better options. It's still pretty good. Gas pressure is starting to get there, boys. Gas pressure is starting to get there. So once we get the tech, 285. All right, it's like 5 more. I'm not sure how much it actually needs. I just want to be prepared. And then we're going to open up the oxalate at the bottom. We're going to start digging, free the oxalate, let this off gas. We get some O2 at the bottom. Bunch of iron right here. It's going to be kind of sweet. All right, last tech we need to make. All right, we're gonna mine this out because we can. Going down is gonna be really good for us. Opening up these packets of oxalate too. And then the polluted oxygen, that's going to be a debuff. After we get this, we're going to want to grab the plant pulverizer up top. Start converting the slime. Okay, we're going to be opening up everything that is an oxalide just to let it off gas. Let there be oxygen, boys. Let there be oxygen. Let's do this with a ladder there. And then technically we would do that. Dig this so all the ethanol spills down to here. That kind of works. But like, I don't know if that helps us. Oh my god, I just lagged and did a dig command on the map. Oh, that's illegal. I can't believe that happens. No one do the digs. Y'all saw that? I lag spiked and I did a dig command on the entire map. What was that? That was some... Oh, Layra slipping. Oh, I did a no harvest pending. What? I did a partial no harvest? That was really weird. When did I even do that? What the heck? Oh man, it is what it is. We're halfway through the tack. They're on downtime. Food's good. Waiting on the bottle drainer. Once we get that, we'll be able to grab water from the ice liquefier and put it directly in. I guess we could move this up here. Get a second one's always nice. So we have a reservoir so we could make it clean for the bottle emptying, buffer it, have it do its thing. This is going to pressurize at some point. Us pumping up the hydrogen is going to be kind of important. I might even want to put a pump here and move the gas down, but I'm not sure. Right now we're using 360 watts. I guess you could argue we get another pump to move the oxygen. Wouldn't be bad. I guess we'll have to see though. Or we pump it into a res, which buffers into like a canister filler or something. That would work too. That would also work. That would also work. Right now, though, we just have to wait on the tech. They got it. They got it. We'll bump it up to a 9. Hopefully, that helps it out. 1,300 kgs oxalite? Can't be mad. Got a little bit of a staircase going on right here, too, for the CO2. Yeah, breathability is going to be fine. Alright, so I do want to disable this once we get the ranching up. Tixo's not a rancher. Freya's not a rancher. We have no ranchers. Alright, Freya. You're going to learn how to ranch today. It feels bad. Alright. So we gotta capture this guy, capture this guy. We have to capture these guys. Let's open this up. Let's open that up. Looks like we have to go into here then. And then there should be no more. Okay. Another floor. We're gonna do a similar ranch, and then we're gonna do a overflow room here. Ooh, that might not be wise. Maybe we do an overflow room somewhere else. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Wrangled. Priority 9, nice. And drainer tack. Bump this up to a 7, bump this up to a 7. We're gonna go tack for plant pulverizer. And then we gotta select water, and we're gonna be golden. We're gonna do a little bit of wood to carbon. We're gonna do 10 of this. We're gonna start getting wood from these guys. They should be able to just eat off of the stuff right there. And I guess this kind of wants to go away. Mining the abyssalite might be a little tough, though. Breathability is at an all-time low. Oxalite, though, it's helping out a lot. Bump this to a 7. Auto bottle. Auto bottle is liquid fire, I believe. Nice. Alright. There's a little bit of hydrogen. I like how they chill right here because it's warm. Just hanging out, boys. Y'all know how it is. A little bit warm right there. Starting to get a little bit of accumulated water too, not bad. Not bad, not bad. So they are on downtime. Getting another bottle would be kind of... Oh, they're sleeping right here. No cold bedrooms. Wow. They got the strats. Don't need a heater, I guess. We need some water right here, though. Oh. Okay, not stuck, not stuck. And they took the flocks, not bad. 7, 9. Making sure we're always brushing the floxes. It's gonna be nice. Hydrogen's looking healthy now. Alright, so this will max gas pressure at some point. Even though it's kind of low. Alright. We're pumping up the oxygen, storing it so we always have fuel. Any oxygen we pump just goes down. All the H2 should naturally go up. The problem with this is it's going to be a point in which the hydrogen goes left or right and we're only pumping oxygen, in which case that's not good. So we kind of want to control how often we pump up top. So we do want it pumping. We do want it pumping. Moving out some O2s. It's not bad, it's not bad. Idle, chillin'. Okay. So now that that's good, oxygen is up. We probably do one of two things. Start mining top down, in which case I think it's a good idea. And then we kind of want to do this. Don't break it into the salt yet. We could also do this. I think that's really good. I kind of want to open this up. Keep this here, but then if anything gets caught, it should just go like that. And then we could do like a staircase right here. Yep, so this is what I'm talking about. Big oxygen. So at some point, we're going to be negative with the hydrogen. That's fine, though. So the main goal of this is having the electrolyzer open. That way, we don't have to deal with the heat it generates, because it just gets cooled down by the environment. It works for like a good couple hundred cycles on the Ceres map with no impact. Like, you don't even notice it, having it run. Just have that simple drainer setup. It's going to be okay. Bionic Farmer. We got the Grill Booster. And we taking the Shine Bug. Don't really want another dupe right now. Okay. We kind of do want to trim this down. And I guess that means we want to start trimming this part. Got a lot to dig. Here, here, here. Not bad. Oh, we need proper bathrooms, man. We really should try to get those. I wouldn't want them to be like, oh man, toilet's jammed. And then they have to pee on the floor. That'd be kind of bad. Coffee. Guys, people of chat. Do you guys know what artificial flavoring is? You guys know when you guys taste something, it tastes artificial? You guys know what I'm talking about. Artificial tastes. Some people might describe it as tasting a little bit chemically. Some might describe it as a, you know, like you could taste that it's not the original whatever it is, fruit, berries, right? Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I'm a fan of artificial orange flavor. I don't know why. But anytime you have like an orange flavored drink, I kind of like it. Except Sunny D. Sunny D sucks. Sunny Delight is not the business. I will say though, like Tang is pretty good. I was a fan of the vitamin water, the orange one. I get that. I like artificial blueberry flavor in Pop-Tarts, but I don't actually like blueberries. Yeah, right? So it's like, it's weird. I'm not alone, let's go. Like, so the thing with that though is that I really like oranges. Oranges is easily by far my favorite fruit. Easily. It's not even close. Oranges are by far my favorite fruit. I can't say I have a fruit I enjoy more than that. And I really like orange juice. But artificial orange flavor, I'm a fan of as well. I want to say out of all the artificial flavors, orange is probably closest to the original flavors. So I was going to ask you guys if that was weird, but, you know, since someone else agrees, oh yeah, man, I enjoy the artificial stuff. Yeah, man, it's not weird. Totally normal, boys. Totally normal. All right, let's get some more hydrogen. Oh, this is filling up. Nice. Might be weird, but it's normal for us. Yo, man, as long as I'm not alone. You know what I'm saying? As long as I'm not alone. I'm okay with it. Alright, alright. We gotta adjust the cam for Mamba slightly. Getting the hydrogen pumped up. This is very breathable now. Alright, so we should do an automation then. Hydro sensor. I need element sensor. Alright, we're gonna grab that. Gas element sensor is gonna be next. And I think I might want to run a pump to power gas flow. How would I want to do it? We would probably want that. And then probably want that. Because we have to bring the gas low. Which should be fine. Hopefully that doesn't bop the plants. And I think we want to run this. Off of that. Now this I want off of a element sensor. That way it only turns on when it needs to. And then moving out CO2, I'm not too worried about. The polluted oxygen might be a problem. I might want to get deodorizers with that then. Alright, so I think we are gonna do this here. Phyto oil. Does this freeze? 33. Oh, that's bad. We might actually get frozen phyto oil, which is kind of jank. That's fine. No way. Why did you guys let him fall, dude? What was that? Alright, man, it is what it is. This guy's getting stuck into the tile still. Don't think be like it is but a do. The Bammets, man. Always a problem. Alright, so we're gonna want deodorizers after we get the element sensor. That way we could control everything a little bit better. The polluted oxygen, I don't want to get into the H2 zone. It should never get up there, though. Not bad. This isn't gonna be on. We're just gonna be moving the oxygen out. Oh, I never built the vent right there. And we're not gonna pump to here because we should have it naturally move there. We want to pump it a little bit lower as a result. Let's go. Layra. Doing all the digs. Is the phyto oil just to get rid of the slime? Yep, because the slime is getting all this polluted oxygen here. So since I'm digging it up, I'm thinking, yeah, I should probably just process it. That way I don't have polluted oxygen everywhere. Also, it probably doesn't help that I'm getting polluted oxygen from the dirt right here, from the outhouse. Probably want to get some toilets soon as well. We gotta free the mammoth. That's tough, man. Alright, turn on the H2 again. These guys are getting groomed, and they're all tame, so we should be fine. Mamba just got up. The babies. He's too warm. Springtime is here, boys. It is too warm. Feels bad. The Mambas is awake. Alright. Oxygen. We got the filters. It's going pretty well. CO2 getting moved. That's fine. Half-half split. Not really too worried about that. Majority of this is good. Alright, waiting for the element sensor. Still need to do that. We should probably do this. Okay, so now one ranch. I'm thinking about getting a 2. Start moving the eggs out. It's going to be something else we should do. Start wanting to capture the little baby flocks. And then we do a couple things right now. We could either move all the ethanol into a reservoir, which I don't mind. I don't think we're going to use that as a power source. Or we clear all the... I think we clear all the ice. That does make it a lot better. Okay. We're doing ice shaving, boys. Best we can. Best we can. Okay, so we want to do this dig through. 2, 2, 2, 2. Get up to here. Sure. This opens up. We're going to want a second flux ranch. We're going to get dirt, and we're going to be getting meat, food source. Get away from the pike apples. Just ranch all day. Where is my deodorizer? There it is. Gas element sensor, tile 3. We're gonna run yellow cable. There we go. Now the thing is that at some point it's gonna pressurize. You can see our gases down here is lacking a lot of that pressure. Oh, he's free. Let's go. We freed my man, the Bammets. Alright, we gotta continue going down. We'll get our proper toilets right here soon. I'll have to dig this down so the sieve goes on this side. And then we should be processing slime. Yeah, 70 kgs. This has gotten started. Alright, we're gonna leave this there, a little pocket of ethanol, and then we're gonna trim everything else down. We still haven't... Oh, is that it? Leaky oil fissure? Infectious polluted oxygen. Never lucky. This is the neutronium. Wait, hold up. Where's it at? Polluted water. This is natty gas. We have our cold water source. We have our infectious polluted oxygen. Dude, where is my leaky oil fissure? Bottom left, bottom right. We go bottom left. I feel like if anything, it might be bottom left. Alright, it's fine. It is what it is. Fertilizer. The nutrient bars. Unperishable foods, kind of nice. Alright, we got rid of the abyssalite. Gonna get rid of that. We could do that from this tile. The Bambit might actually end up just chilling there. Alright, so we will want to do a weird system here. Let's argue we run a ladder system like this. And then this is going to be airflow. We want to do tiles here. Do the double door system. Oh, we don't have dispenser tech. Okay, that would be all we need. Start moving the floxes out. Eggs go here. We have to move the ranches inside the area proper. And then we would have to make sure they don't get stuck outside of the field. It's not too bad. So far, so good. So this is going to be how we anti-cramp. Get rid of the cramping debuff that we get from having an egg inside. This guy's going to be free soon. Then we want to go this way. 52, so I could stand on this, stand on that, and dig up vertically. You get H2 caught in there, technically. Shouldn't be too bad, though. Digging everything down. Hydrogen gas. And green signal, nice. All right, this is going to top off the H2. This power line is 600, so we're positive 200 watts. That's awesome. Can't wait for my deodorizers, though. Can't wait, can't wait. Right. Let's get this. Technically, doing this to jump across is fine. Loot's on the side. We could wait before we trim this down. Almost done. Okay, we want to get rid of this so that we could actually put a ladder here. So we want both of these rooms connected. That way it's a little bit better for us. No research. So that was deodorizer. We have the gas element. We have the deodorizer. Grabbing suits. AQ sieve. And then we get toilets. Yeah, it's toilet time, boys. It's gotta be toilet time. Okay, now that we have the setup, let's start cleaning this up. We would need one on this floor somewhere. I'll just put it here. And then we probably want one on the other side of the potential toilet. And then I probably want it on the side right here. Not bad. All right, deodorizers need power. We're just gonna add it on the hydrogen line. It's only like 20 watts. We have like 200 extra. Okay, we're not gonna turn this on yet, not until we get everything powered. And then get the sieve. We still don't have the dispenser tag, huh? I probably should have got that. Ooh, the polluted oxygen up here. I mean, it gets pumped out eventually, and should be okay. Breathability's fine. Alright, get that dug out. Try to dig this all out. And then that means that as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. So everything here could be dug from underneath. That's really nice. That means I don't have to worry about getting stuck. So far, so good. So teleport spore kids. Is this infinite pressure? No, it's just freezing. So I have solid ice here in kilograms. Yeah, decent amount. Decent amount. Biobots, I don't know if we actually use that. There might be some world where we do, because it's going to be us dealing with hot materials. But right now, we're not too worried about this. Okay, getting over to the side. This one, that one. Nice. Alright. Okay, so we know the small little sieve area is going to be right here. We are going to want clean water being held. We're never going to be processing the dirty water. And we know that this is clean. This is dirty. And we're going to run a weird setup. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then that doesn't go out that much. Dig that. Dude, you went on the last tile, this mammoth. Alright. Let everything trim. Let's get some of the slime processed as well. Research is done. Okay, so now it's dispenser tech. Get that for the ranching. We're gonna get the sieve right here. Flip this because we want the output to be proper. Cinnabar ore, that was almost bad. This needs to be iron. We're going to be insulating this just because the P is technically going to be hot compared to the, you know, environment. 30 degrees positive versus negative. The Bammets are hot at 50. So we know it's going to be a thing. Let's go with the sinks on the left. Oh, I got to stop using Cinnabar ore for this. So the reason why we don't want to use Cinnabar ore is that eventually it's going to get a warm enough environment where the Cinnabar ore doesn't help you. Cinnabar ore melts at, oh, 500. Oh, it's actually okay. I'm thinking mercury. That melts at 38C. That's what it is. So Cinnabar ore is actually fine. Alright, I need to be using Cinnabar ore a lot more than... It just melts at 500. Man, I guess it's been that long, huh? Melting point, 583. That's not bad. Wait a second. Does that mean they want me to use mercury? Liquid? No, it becomes gas at 350. Okay, so it doesn't really do enough for us. There's no way for us to do mercury gas inside the heat pump, I don't think. I wonder if we ever pump down hydrogen. I think we do sometimes. Alright, we just gotta wait for this to be built. Clean water, dead water. I use mercury for geothermal block to break. To break? What do you mean to break? Oh, break the... Yeah, you have to be able to melt lead, which is 330. Oh, I see what you're saying. You pump that in somewhat hot, and then you use that to open up the the vent that's blocked. I see you. That's not a bad method. We want to hit max temperature though, so we have to find a liquid that could stay liquid at 2000 degrees. That's going to be the fun part. We have to find a way to do that at 2000. I guess pay is frostproof. That's gonna be fun. Yep, we have to do that to a point where the pipes don't break either. Good times. We have to make sure the pipes don't melt. We have to make sure the liquid stays liquid. We have to make sure the dupes... I mean, they be duping. Alright, we'll run Cinnabar. Get our toilets up. Run this off of wheel power. Why not? We don't have proper power yet. Though, you know what I'm thinking about doing? We're gonna do a miner setup there. We're gonna start moving out the ethanol liquid. And then once we get the toilets up, we can start removing this. Map's still really cold. Map is still really cold. Yeah, Petrogen. That way we could get started with using the ethanol as a power source eventually. We will want to do that at some point. We have algae. I don't know what we're going to do with that though. Oh, there it is. There we go. Pitcher pump. And then we're going to bottle drain that here. Got our first mammoth patty. Alright, so and then this side, we're gonna need 2 doors. This is always locked. This is going to be everyone except Freya, who is going to be the rancher. And then we're gonna have to set up the doors down here as well. Okay, once that's done, we should probably do this faster. Do that at an 8, do this at a 6, and then that's at a 5. That's fair. Oh, and I also need to get a bottle drainer here. We are gonna need to get some water in here, just so that we can get this started. Alright, so this is going to be a Loxay. 9. This is like that. This is Freya. Right, so Freya's the only one in and out. Everyone except Freya, and this is fully locked. Alright, so now we have a room for the flock eggs. Nice. So, copy paste. We're gonna do a priority 9, and then 7. Wood, grooming, eggs, all in one. So we should be good now. Toilets are coming in. I only have the basic toilet, but we got the mush green bathrooms. Damn, that's kind of jank. They got the toilet paper. I don't even know how we make that. You know what I'm saying, man? I wouldn't mind having that tech for the pandemic. Construction 9, 7. A little bit of CO2 is fine. I guess the alveo barrels down there are chilling. Let's get this guy. Are you stuck? Dude, he's stuck again. Dude, I thought they patched it so Babbitts don't get stuck that often anymore. Looked like that didn't do anything. Feels bad for this guy. Alright, we'll just trim that. Deodorizers are in. Toilets are still on the way. Water is maxed out. Doing good. What's going on, Hunter? Welcome in, welcome in. How are you? I see you over there, Hunter. What's good, man? Hello, hello. Hydrogen's looking all right, though. How you be, Hunter? How's the days? How's the Tuesdays? We are on a new run. If you're just tuning in, let me know if you have any questions. Another day in paradise. Living the dream. You know what it is, man. Alright, since we're at 9, I should be growing another block. Okay, we gotta get water here. Auto bottle is gonna be the secret button we need. And then once we get that started, we should be done. Oh man, you're on call? Dude, that sucks. Being on call is not the business. Being on call is not the business. Alright, still trimming. Converting the phyto oil, which is good. Bopping the ice. Alright, so we gotta do left, copy, paste. Copy, open, 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 and open. Nice. So we're gonna have proper open bathrooms, make that kind of nice. Okay, we're done here. There we go. Now we have toilets. Good stuff. Oh man, that's what happens, man. The moment you help someone out with something that it's not what you normally do, they are going to show up at your door every time that problem comes up now. And it's because that's just the way it is, man. I hate to say that, but that's just how it is, man. Alright, we're bobbing these. Gotta use the proper toilets. It sucks that it be like that, though. A lot of times it's just... It just feels like the person that's assigning the work is just lazy. And they know that you could do it, so they're just gonna go to you every time. Proper toilets, man. We're getting there. Is this a spawn? Is this a spawn? Hydrogen? Hydrogen. Smart battery. Electrolyzer. 2 pumps. I'm even using some of the power for the deodorizers. We chillin', man. Technically, it's a spawn. We doing all right. All right, so now we're going to be moving ethanol out into the reservoir so we could clear out some of the space. A lot of this is doing all right. We are going to be clearing the map still. I feel like that's what we should be doing. So we're going to be digging. All right, we want to trim out the sides. Going this way. And then from here, we'll just do all that. Wanna go down. We have the somnium right here. So at some point we're gonna stop going down. I don't know where my oil is, but we have one more geyser. It's not this one. It's either going to be here, which I doubt because neutronium's right here, right? And then somnium's right here, so it'll have to be specifically in this corner. Or there's like a pocket here that it could be in. I'm thinking it's going to be here. So... Go into the bottom? That's gonna be fine. Just gonna keep digging. Alright, so that's good now. Whoa! Why does it keep doing that? Lag spike digging. Okay, so we almost dug that, dug these plants. Everything else seems good. Lag spike digging is one of the deadliest sports in the game. Get bad times with that, man. Now that we're here, we could do fire pole for some move speed. Get into meta refinery. Rad bolt tech. Oh. What kind of biomes do we have here? Tundra. Nectar. Do we get Wheezeworts on the second planet? We might have to go there. Just check it out. Yeah, let's go there. Check it out. We're probably going to want to open this then. So this way is going to be the next thing we open up. So they're moving out the water, moving the ethanol, converting the slime. So they're busy. They're working. They got things they need to do. And then now there's chlorine. I should try to do something with the chlorine. Like, put it somewhere. Digging booster, rocketry supply, tier 2. I need a pure rancher. My rancher is not a rancher. They're just happen to be just there with skill points. Alright, so we have bleachstone off-gassing. We kind of want to put it somewhere. Wait, was the Wait, the water's coming in too cold? That's gotta be a meme. Dude, the pea water is getting chilled in the insulated pipes. Come on, man. We took damage already? How is that a thing? We already took damage? Yeah, the toilets... Oh, the toilets are cold. Oh, yeah. I needed to do the freaking insulated base. I forgot about that. If you don't do insulated base, the water here is gonna slowly just chill. And the lower this goes, the lower the output is. And then the temperature of the toilets make contact at the bottom, right? On the input tile. So I need to have an insulated base here. This is specifically for the Ceres maps, though. And then the moment that happens, I might want to rebuild this. Nah, we'll just leave it. It's gonna warm up by itself. The toilet should get warmer, just naturally. Alright, we're gonna dig that out. Looks like we dig this then. Yeah, man, a lot of things that just kind of sucks. Like, the concept of Ceres was cool. I just think that, like, the Ceres we got that was kind of meh. Concept kind of made sense. That's kind of like all of my Path of Exile builds. The concept of it that had a lot of good potential. But in reality, it's just, sometimes it's just lacking. You know what I realized about Path of Exile? The reason why I think I can't stop playing it is because I keep thinking the grass is always greener, and I have this, like, insatiable desire to kind of satisfy my curiosity. Because it's like, in theory, I should be able to do the idea, because it's like, if you understand the mechanics, the idea makes sense. You get that, and it deals with that. However, I feel like I've gotten into this thing where it's like, the ideas sound better than they actually are, and it's because of the idea that the grass is always greener on the other side. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? The grass is always greener. And then because of that, I could never be satisfied, because I keep thinking that there's a better design out there. And the idea behind why I think it's a better design is because when you play a meta build and you have that strength, you're like, okay, man, I want to be this strong. But then the problem is that not every build's going to be able to be that strong. That's basically what it kind of ends up to, man. They don't think it be like it is, but it do. Many got caught in the same trap. Yep. I want to say that's the trap I'm getting caught in. You play a broken build expecting it to be normal, and then now that everything's not normal, that satisfaction is not there. So you're chasing after it, not even knowing if you're ever gonna get that satisfaction. Such is life. Feels bad, man. Alright, so fire pole, travel time. Hopefully we stop having this break. We're gonna be trimming this down. We're gonna be going to the second planet. Hopefully we get some Wheeze warts. Bring that back. Field research to turn on teleporters might be a thing as well. We're moving out some of the ethanol. Oxygen is gonna be fine. We got it. And for the most part, it hasn't started pressurizing yet. I'm thinking once the oxygen starts getting to like 2K, I might want to start pumping the gas out into a reservoir, and then that way I can kind of buffer the oxygen slightly. Oh! What was that? What was that? You did that on purpose. Dude, what the F, man? What the F? Wait, Bleachstone? Where's that getting brought to? Wait, what's consuming the Bleachstone? You're not carrying the bleach? You dropped it, okay. Someone, they went in to pick up the bleach stone, and I don't know why. Oh, the sublimiters were checked here. That's what it was. I see. Okay. So we kind of want to move Bleachstone somewhere. Okay, I guess we kind of have to just do a flooded tile. So we're just gonna do the setup. We'll do 2, just cause. And then that way we'll be able to move out other off-gassers in here. We'll probably just do something like put a bottle emptier and then just pitcher pump. Yo, Rambo, holy shit, that's a name I haven't seen in a while. Been away from Twitch for a bit. I've seen over there, Rambo. How many dupes did we get to? We got up to like 98, 100, and then it lagged around the same spot that we lagged out at last time. So even though I have a better computer, even though they made some changes to the efficiency of the coding of the dupes, it feels like there has been no changes with the actual, like, efficiency of the game. Hey, Jacob, coming in with the 3-stream streak. Thank you, Jacob. I see you over there. Meow. My kitty cat's in the other room because it's hot. It's like 31 degrees right now. Celsius. So, you know, he's sweating. So, he's in the other room right now. But you're welcome in, Jacob. I see you over there. But yeah, kitty cats, he's awake. Yeah, we could have gotten to 150 with the oxygen that we had, and our food was around 2 million per planet, right? We were basically done with 2 planets. And then we were going to get geothermal power tapped in for the boot batteries. But yeah, we were doing really well. It was just really laggy. Hey, Rambo coming in with the 19 months. Thank you for the prime. I see you over there, Rambo. Welcome back to the city. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Enjoy the email 20 that's ad-free viewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support. Thank you so much, Mr. Rambo. It's good to see you again. We're doing a new run, though. We're on the Mini Ceres Cluster, which is, if you're not familiar with this is a map that came out later on after the update. And what happened was that they split apart the lab map. If you ever played the Ceres lab map, it's a 3-part cluster on a giant planet, and each part is like its own little, you know, theme. So they did the same thing, except they broke off all 3 parts to 3 different planets. So we are going to do the full steam ahead. I've never played on this map. And then we are going to try to hit max temperature for the geothermal power plant. So that's 2,200 degrees a minimum. We have to hit above that. I think it's like 2207 or something. If we could do that, we get niobium. Does that actually show here as a way to get it? It doesn't show it here. That's unfortunate. It should. Geothermal. No, it's not even here. Heat pump? Nope. So it looks like that's not listed on the wiki database. That's unfortunate. But yo, appreciate you, Rambo. Thank you so much. So we're going to be going to that map. We need to pump up. I forget how much is it. I think it's what? 60 tons? I forget how much mass of liquid we need exactly. You have to pump that in a pipeline and then deliver it to the building. So the average temperature of all the liquids needs to be above 2200 Celsius. If we could do that, that's going to be our run challenge. So we'll see if we could do that. And then after we do that, we're going to try to do it fast via speedrunning. So we're going to try to figure out a strategy we can kind of revolve around, and then try to beeline to it, and then try to get it done as fast as possible. Right now, we're kind of just exploring, because I've never played on the maps before. I need to see what I'm dealing with. And one of the cool things is that we got a leaky oil fissure. This is a heat source. So I kind of want to open that, but I haven't found it yet. I've gotten to the bottom of the map, dude. And I still haven't found the geyser. So it's got to be here somewhere, is what I'm guessing. If it's not there, this is the Somnium. It's this corner. Because everything above us, I've already scouted out. I don't think it's possible in here, because that's already neutronium. And then this is polluted water. This is infectious polluted oxygen. This is natural gas, salt water. And I'm missing the leaky oils. Feels bad. But yeah, if you guys have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, we need to send someone to the other side. Let's look at pay. Tidier. Frostproof. That's not bad. There's nothing that they can't do, right? Yep. Our pay, we'll send you over. Another thing I want to check out is show. So you can do that. Is it downtime? Okay, it is. Let's not send pay then. We'll let pay do the downtime stuff. And then during the new day, we'll send pay over. Good stuff, good stuff. Alright. Toilet's still cold. Water's still getting cold too. This is not good. Maybe this also doesn't help. The fact that this is needs to sit on insulated. Alright, a little bit of exhaustion. Free power, so we're just pumping up the hydrogen. CO2 is fine, no worries there. 1,000 degrees, 1,200, 1,400, we're getting there. I don't know if I should move a pump a little bit lower. And then there's also us wanting to get rid of the polluted oxygen. That's going to be one thing we want to get rid of next. Now we are processing the slime right here to fight oil. This is going to be ethanol, auto bottle 9. This is to prevent the water from freezing. Now that we got that dug out, we could do this. We probably do 2-layer dip. Go down here, dig down the sand. Research is done. Rad bolt tech. Let's go. I'm probably going to want to do telescoping before that, to be honest. You see this? So this is the bottom. Oh, it's here. Oh, there it is. All right, let me make sure. There it is. Leaky oil fissure. Sweet, sweet 300-degree liquid oil. All right. Funny thing is that there's a cold water source right here. There is never going to be enough oil that it will be able to boil this, even though it's 300 degrees. It's not bad. We do want to do that. There's going to be items that we're going to move off the ledge, but there's stuff up there we're going to have to move out as well. Alright, we're just going to let them work, though. If we dig this, we go down this. Nice. Slipping. My mans. There we go. Alright, we're gonna want to do this if possible. We won't get stuck on the ice. Alright, new day. We gotta send pay. Oh, my man's fell. Just the bamming. Pay, where you at? Alright. Second planet, Wheezewort Bonanza. Oh, Lord. Solid crude oil. Okay, so where are we on the map? Okay, so we see the top of the map here. We got the room. This is Neutronium, so this is the bottom of the map. Alright, we have a lot of stuff. Okay. The Wheezewort is nice. We're frost-proof, so we're not gonna get wrecked. Teleporter is up top. Oh, that's a nightmare. Alright, Pay's gonna have to get dig skill, straight up. We will need... Go this way. The breathability here is really bad. Just a little bit of oxalite there. God, this is a horrible map, dude. This is so weird looking. You got abyssalite there, but all the temperature is the same. It's like, what's the point? We have no minerals. So, 4, 5? I guess we dig that right there. Alright, let's get an outhouse. Get the dirt right there. We have a little bit of materials. And then we got to get up to here. We got to send back the Wheezeworts. Our good news, the resource here is nice. Bad news, there is no oxygen. So we can't survive that long here. We might be actually a lot more better off flying here via rocket. Turning on the teleporters, flying back. I'm not even kidding, dude. That might be a lot better. We have all the lime here. Good news. No, more good news. No zombie spores with the low temps. What's the actual temperature here? Minus 50. The ice is minus 30. So the map here is colder than the other map. Wow. Bonbons, of course. We're gonna take those. Mammoth egg, dig that. Let's move the stuff out from here. Of course, we're gonna do a trim off of this side. Slime is there. Let's do a trim here. Because we can. That's coming down. More floxes. These guys are chilling. 8 out of 9. Toilets. Spawn. Ethanol. This is done. Alright, bleachstone. Bump this up to a 9. We will unselect that here. Oxalite is there. We'll be fine. Then we're trimming stuff. Moving out the ethanol. This is working well. H2 is stacking up. Everything's working kind of nice. Let me try to do this. If we got nothing to do, trim this side wouldn't be bad. Having this, having that trimmed off makes sense as well. Let's get rid of the slime. Okay, so what is it that we should be trying to do right now? Oh, you never made the dirt. Oh, you never dug the tile because you went to downtime. God damn it. Alright, it's freezing, I guess. Nah, you could have just did that. Alright, everything's freezing, it's fine. Alright, breathability, it's gonna be these tiles of oxalite keeping us alive. Otherwise, I want a ladder to the top. Dude, that's far, dude. Big distance. I don't even know if we'll be able to make it, man. It feels like I just won't make it. I mean, we have to ladder as much as we can, and then we'll just come back. But I need the Wheeze wards to do the freaking rat bolt tech. Which is why we're doing this. We noticed that they had the ice biome, so this plant's gonna be our radiation source. Only problem is that the ship it back, we gotta go up there. No, she can't enable it. I had to give her digging skill in order for her to even be able to reach there. Yep. Which is why I'm thinking I might just send a rocket here. Like, that might be a lot easier, man. I'm not even kidding. That actually might be a lot easier. Alright, we have a vending machine. We found a bunch of geysers. 1, 2, 3. What do we get here? Sulfur, volcano, polluted oxygen, cool slush, steam vent, volcano, oil res. It's a volcano here for no reason. There's no vents here for us to utilize. Alright, since this is all soft, we're gonna just dig through. Terra biome for no reason. Alright, they gotta do their thing. We're just gonna let them work. How are we back here? Still digging, doing this stuff. Nice. Do all that. Still digging over here. Slowly moving out the ethanol. Okay. So I think we need to go down, then up for us to go to space. And then I kind of want to have this open here. So I think that means we go through this way. So we want to open this. Get that preemptively started. Let's get ladders here so that we could get to the ledge right here. And the only thing we're trying to do is just create a little bit more walkability. Eventually we'll have to move the ethanol. And I don't want to stop the gases from moving, so we're using ladders. Don't want to waste metal on airflow. Maybe we should do a mammoth ranch. Nah, the Phloxes are doing good enough. I can't really complain. Alright, how are we over here? They added the minerals. We added the minerals. And they're asleep. Okay. Dude, she can't dig through the abyssalite either. So there's Wheezewort here. We just can't do anything with it. Man, how unlucky is this? The teleporter is far away from the dupe teleporter. And then I can't reach given the skill layout that we have. And I can't activate anything either. And then the worst part about this is the limited oxygen. I mean, we have a decent amount right now, but it's like we really don't have a lot. Oh, look at all the snowfall now. There appears to be a break in the abyssal line on the left of the ladder. It is, but I can't dig through obsidian. That's even harder to dig through. Obsidian is tougher than abyssalite. So it's like, I'm not even considering that. I see you though, early Apex. Technically, it is an opening. So yeah, obsidian is here, abyssalite is here. If she levels up, she gets the abyssalite digging. That's kind of it, man. Yikes, yep, never lucky. That's why this kind of feels like it was set up to kind of like be very disadvantageous. It seems like it was done like that on purpose. Anyways, we're just gonna get to the top. If she gets the experience, which she won't, 1,000 experience is a lot. We'll probably just send her back at some point. We don't want to open the frozen friend yet. We could open the frozen friend, and then the frozen friend could open up the teleporter. So she needs to dig through so that the other guy could just operate the teleporter. Then he would need to just survive here for like 5 days. That would work out. Kind of. It'd be tough, man. We'd be cutting it close. She gained 100 experience in that time span. She is not going to have enough EXP for this. So opening, there's no way to break through obsidian. And then it's all abyssalite. Yep. And then once we get to the Terra biome, I guess, we'll get to there. Damn, yeah, we're just gonna have to send her back. $44. All right, it's time to send you back. You can't do anything here. I wish they had pockets, man. Bring back exactly 1 seed. That'd be kind of cool, man. All right, so no tech for us today. No tech. That's a little unfortunate. All right, so that was supposed to be getting rad bolt tech. It looks like that's not gonna happen. Let's put a deodorizer right here. Help out with the oxygen stuffs. A lot of polluted oxygen here. Okay, so we probably want to open this up. I think this is gonna freeze, but it's also gonna be polluted oxygen. Maybe, maybe not. Want to dig that though. Get to the slime processing. Research. Telescoping. Alright, so I'm thinking we're gonna want to go around to go up so that the hydrogen doesn't get lost. I have to hope that the H2 always pumps up and doesn't go down at any point. This is pumping pretty consistently though right now. That's kind of nice. Now the alveoveras. Maybe we could do something like that, where we trim everything flat like this and start planting some right here. Because I don't think we have enough oxygen yet. Try to get that done first. going all right. Bridgestone. Hey, Justin. What's going on, Justin? I see you over there. Thank you for the Prime, and thank you for the 20 months of support. How are you? I see you over there. Welcome back to the city. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Enjoy the emote 20 that's ad-free viewing. Don't forget that legit sub badge. Appreciate you. Thank you for the support. Yeah, it's been a minute, man. It's good to see you guys again. But how are you? It's kind of interesting, man. Makes me wonder if something happens. It feels like in the last 4 months, some people went MIA. But it wasn't just like 1 or 2 people. It was like a group of people. It makes me think it's like maybe it's like a regional thing. You know, maybe some people were extended holiday, they went traveling. And then the crazy thing is that it feels like a lot of people are coming back around the same time. So I'm like curious now, man, if there was like something happening like that, like an event of sorts. One. We'll do every other like that. Do 6 of them. Finishing up grad school. It's been crazy busy. You're getting married? Dude, what the hell? My man went away for 3 months. Now he comes back and he's telling me, yo, man, I'm getting married. Holy shit. Congratulations, my dude. That's big news, man. I don't see this guy for like 3 months. He's getting married? What the heck? Yeah, man, that's... Yeah, it's pretty crazy, all right. You know... All I gotta say is congrats. How'd you meet the other half? I'm curious, man. Justin, you tell us a story. Guys, if you guys don't know Justin, this guy is hardcore parkour. He does the running, jumping on the trees. And he does boulder climbing competitions as well. This guy's left hand is stronger than his right hand, which a lot of people don't, you know, it's usually your right hand is stronger. And his left hand is so strong. He could pick up the impossible dumbbell, man. Yeah, man, I do want one of those. How did you meet the other half, man? I'm curious. Was they like part of the friend group, and then at some point it was like, man, maybe you guys went out and then it was nice. I don't know, man. You gotta hear the story. But yeah, man, Justin could pick up with his left hand. I forgot what's that dumbbell called? There's like a 85-pound dumbbell. That's like the heaviest dumbbell in the world, and people can't lift it up with one hand. And it's because it's like, in order to pick it up, you need to have a certain grip strength, and it's not really your bicep size, it's your forearm strength. And if you don't have the strong enough grip strength, you actually could not pick it up. I forget what that dumbbell's called, man. It's a very weird dumbbell. Was it 100 pounds? 100 kilograms? I forget. It was super heavy, though. Alright. These dupes are not that good. You're frost-proof, though. We'll need a cook. There's no allergies in the cold. Right? That makes sense. Copy-paste. Alright, so we got the toilets. We're moving the stuff out here. The problem with this is that I don't want the dupes swimming through ethanol going in and out. I feel like that's not gonna be good. Thanks, legit. I met the other half at church 2.5 years ago. Started off as friends, that everyone knew I liked her. She claimed to be oblivious to it, but she admitted later that she knew. We went on our first date a couple months later, and it's been great ever since. Wow. That's awesome, dude. Awesome, awesome. I see you over there. Man, I gotta start going to church. I'm not gonna lie, a lot of people I know meet the person that they eventually marry from church. That's kind of crazy. I actually, like, out of all the people I know and hearing the story of how they met their other half, I would say that the most common one I heard is, I met them at church. I'm not even kidding, man. A lot of people, I guess, make connections when they go to church. That's kind of impressive. I gotta start going to church, boys. Y'all know how it is. Alright, that's a good height, actually. Alright, that works out. So we probably do want to do that. Okay. And then we need to find a way to break up top. It's probably going to be this way. It just makes more sense. Solid ice. Snow. Not bad. But yeah, I see you over there, man. Good stuff. Good stuff. Shout outs to you. Can I bring Mamba to the wedding? I'm assuming I'm invited, right? Come on, Justin. Let me get that RSVP. It makes a lot of sense if you think about it. You go to the place every week to meet people who have more or less the same moral. That's true. You go to the same church. That is a big thing, man. Absolutely. Nice, nice. I'm gonna be there with Mamba. He's just gonna be, he's already wearing all black, so it's gonna be fine, right? Will Mamba carry the basket flower? Hell no. Mamba's a guest. He expects to be pampered. He's gonna be like, yo, where's the chicken that I ordered? You know how Mamba be. He better get his chicken on time. I'm saying, man. It would be wise to make sure he gets his chicken on time. Mamba will sleep on the photos. Nah. He blinked. Come on now. He just blinked. He wasn't sleeping. You just caught the kitty cat when he blinks, man. Polak, I see you over there, man. How are you? Hello, hello. Okay. So we did a lot of clearing here. We know where the oil is, down here. We're gonna be going to space right now. There's no way. Oh no, these guys, right? All right, maybe we do squash. I want to do squash, man. All right, we're gonna do oxygen mask just because bammits are a pain to ranch. So we are gonna do a crafting station stuff. And then we're gonna grab on the tech, the O2 docks right there. Have you ever been to church? I went one time. Not because I wanted to go, but because it was along the way. And it's not that I'm against going to church, it's just that, like, it has a bad echo in the family. Basically, when my family first got to the States, they went to the church before I was born. And let's just say that experience that they had was really bad. And as a result, they never went to church again, to the point where they tell us to not go to church. I mean, we're Asian, so it's like we wouldn't normally go to church anyways. Right? So, you know, it was just, we had a bad experience. And then as a result, you know, fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice, you know that saying? So it just became a thing where my parents were just very against it. And it was probably more so that specific church being problematic than anything else. But yeah, not all churches are equal. You really do have to find a church and pastor that fits you. Alright, we should go all the way down with this. Alright. H2, oxygen is included. CO2 every now and then. We're gonna be doing the tech for the oxygen so that we could grab oh yeah, how is that gonna work? Okay, so 5, so we could put a oxygen reservoir in here. It's gonna be this line. I want a split, so that should be fine. And then we want a res here. Okay, once we get to here, we're gonna build a O2 suit area. And then we have to find out where's space exposure. It is where it's supposed to be. That's kind of nice. That's so sad to hear. I give you and your family the sincerest apologies. God calls above all else to loved ones another, and he has loved us. Yeah. Church we went to was all about money. And that was all it was. It was one of those fake churches that's all about giving money. They basically would do everything they can to get the what do you call that donation that they make? They pass around the pot and they tell you to donate whatever you can. The problem was that they didn't let you not donate. You had to. And then at the time, our family was really poor, like, you know, sleep for dinner kind of a deal. And it's like, gotta feed the kids. But yeah, they just stopped showing up after being pressured to just constantly donate. And it was like, yeah, we don't want to deal with that, man. It's just a scam. But yeah, it left a bad taste in their mouth. Bad experience. They don't think it be like it is, man, but it do. It really do be like that sometimes. You just hate to see it. Alright, so we're going to be buffering some oxygen so that we can start doing some telescoping. We need to do this because we can't do the rocket launch until we explore the tiles. Actually, we could do this one because we're actually right next to each other. But we're going to get started with the telescoping, and then we should be able to get everything else done. We don't need to do anything with that. It's going to be pretty straightforward for this. The only thing that will suck is the fact that we're going to have to pass through an ethanol lock. That gonna be bad times. Okay, and I want to make sure there's no space exposure here. All right, so we're getting half of the oxygen. I wish we could slide the value so it's not at 1,000. That'd be amazing. Because realistically, I don't want 1,000 oxygen here being buffered. That's half the O2 that we would supposed to have out here, which kind of sucks. The polluted oxygen amount, I hope, is going down. We don't have any more slime, so once we get rid of the polluted oxygen, we should be okay. If anything, there's pea dirt, I guess, that we kind of need to deal with. I see a Polak. Yo, man. I feel like it's not a bad thing, right? I feel like church in general is like a good thing. But I feel like, much like everything else, there is going to be good people and then bad actors. And I feel like it doesn't really matter what it is, you're always going to have something like this happen. Someone's going to be trying to take advantage of it. And it sucks. We never grab the mass stack. Okay, hopefully we get that fast. And then we know that oxygen will be included. 5 should be good. We'll have something to do. Filter is working. It's taken a while. We're barely actually going through the ethanol somehow. Dude, like, we have a full reservoir. And we're barely even tackling the first pull. Yikes, that's understandable. It's so sad to see people following God because of the benefit and not out of love. Yeah. It's tough, man. Oh! I made everything out of... Oh, man. I don't want this exchanged. No. I don't want to waste my metal on this. Alright, we got the O2 mass. That was pretty fast. Let's grab some automation. Stations. We want to do mass. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we do checkpoint. Wait. Oh, you can't move this. Oh, that's jank. Until you carve it. And then I can't build on top of it because the building's there. Dude, that's weird. Is there a command for the run goal? Oh, I need to make one of those. Thank you, transition. I need to write that down. Exclamation point goal. Gotta add that. All right, so our goal for this run is going to be, we're on the mini Ceres cluster. So that is going to be the split apart Ceres map. So there's 3 planetoids. That's going to make up the entire lab map for the Ceres lab. So this is one of the new maps that came out like 2 months ago. Came out after Frosty Planet Pack got released. And we're going to be doing this goal, full steam ahead. So if you're familiar with this transition, this is going to be the goal where you have to add a liquid. And then the building will add like a flat value of like 100 Celsius. And then it spits out the liquid out of the geovents. Normally one of the geovents is blocked, so you have to add something that gets up to 330 degrees so that it can melt the lead. Now, if you do that, that's the objective. The thing with this is that the temperature of the stuff you add in for the heat pump right here, the rewards you get is going to be determined by the temperature of the liquid you put in. So if you put in the hottest temperature allowed, so there's a limit to it, right? Upper limit, that's 2,200 degrees. So if you have your liquid hotter than that, 2,200 degrees Celsius or hotter, and you fill it up all the way and the average temperature is above that, you start getting niobium. And I believe that is the best thing you could get from the heat pumps. So we're going to be trying to do that, getting niobium from the heat pump by adding in 2,200 plus Celsius liquid. And then once we figure out how to do it, because I've never played on this map before, Never played on this. We just got over to this map for the first time, and it kind of sucks that we spawn here and the teleporters are up top. If you guys are listening to the background, you guys might be hearing my kitty cats going, wow, that's Mamba, and he's trying to make his presence known. So what we're going to want to do is going to be doing all that. And then once we actually do it, we're going to redo the run and try to do it fast. Kind of do like a speed run. And that's going to be what we try to do. So we're going to play through the game, get the objective done, come up with a strategy, and then we're going to do it fast. So that's going to be our challenge for this run. So we have to figure out a fast method of generating, I think it's like 60 tons. I forget how much liquid you actually need in total. But you need to get a lot of the hot liquid. So a volcano is at 1750-ish, right? So the problem with that is that I still need to add like 500 degrees to that. So we need to figure out a way to generate hot liquid, keep it in the pipes, not melt the pipes, and then somehow heat it up even hotter. So we have some ideas. There's a geotuner. This adds 150 degrees onto volcanoes. Oh, Mamba, hold on, Mamba. Hold on. Hey, got him. Thank you, Mamba. We caught the jump on action. Now he's in his little spot. There we go. Mamba's back. And he did it in style. Look at this little babies. All right. But yeah, transition, that's the run. Let me know if you have any questions. So for the most part, we don't really have an idea. There's 3 planets. So we already went to the teleporter and it teleports you to the second planet. Second planet teleports you back. So we have to find a 3rd planet and then fly to it. So we got to get that started, right? Dupe available, of course. Let me know who we like to claim. The first bionic dupe is going to be taken. Otherwise, we got Matixo in. Krill wanted a dupe, but he never picked one. Zero Dragon is also in. And then everyone else is here. Let me know who you would like to claim. We got a Pay, we got a Meep. Justin, there it is. Who is it? Who is the man of the hour? Turner. Oh, wow. Okay. I'm in there like swimwear. Yo, dude, we're on a frozen planet. You sure you want to do that? Justin, do you have a clothing scheme? Oh, you know what, man? You're gonna get married. We're giving you the tux. What the hell? Do you want black or white gloves? We're gonna give you the snazzy trousers. That matches. The shoes as well. No, we're gonna give you the superstar shoes. Damn, son. Alright, the white's good. You want white pants too. Looking like you're getting married in Miami. Black look good. Alright, we'll give you the black. Alright, Justin's in. The man in black. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Where'd you go? Look at this guy. Hey! Justin's gonna actually wear a snapback to his wedding. That's gonna actually be him. His wife is gonna be so pissed. Like, you wore a hat to our wedding? I don't know if that would actually be like that. But I'm not gonna lie, I've seen people do that, man. You couldn't wear Chacos? What are Chacos? I can't say I'm familiar. These kids and their Chacos nowadays. What is that? Sounds like a meme. Alright, hopefully we don't get anyone stuck on the right side. Nice. Alright, pulling up the pitcher pump so we can move out the ethanol again. We gotta get our liquid lock. We also want to sweep the items out here. Oh, we don't have any suits yet. Alright, we're gonna want to do that. We're gonna do... We don't have worn out masks yet. Okay. They're like Sandos basically, but I wear them all the time, have crazy tan line. Oh wow, I see you over there. So in Cali, we have something called rainbows that are basically the quality sandals that we have. They're made out of leather and they're like really nice. That's like the California thing that we have. Yeah, we get wrong element damage from a little bit CO2 breathe out every now and then. It happens. I can't really, you know, be mad about that. So yeah, we have something similar, dude. We got the rainbows over here. Anyone from California could tell you what rainbows are. It's a Cali staple. Also Cali classic. Alright, so we're gonna be moving out the loots. We're gonna be getting the masks in. We're gonna be sweeping out the items. Let's go, let's go. Alright, so is everyone on downtime? How come no one wants to do the delivery? I made power banks. Oh, my dumbass. I didn't make the freaking mask. Oh my god. That was not smart. I made freaking power banks. I made the wrong item. Oh, man. Okay. All right, now that we're down to 11, this is gonna be added in. The wrong element damage, we kind of have to live with that, sadly. And then after that, we're gonna grab the O2 line. We're gonna move it past, and we're gonna pull it out to the telescope that we're gonna need. We're gonna use the enclosed outside. So that's gonna be... Okay, so I like to do this. Dig this down. So if something falls and it melts, it doesn't spill along the ethanol, which is what I would probably try to avoid. And then I would probably want my ladders right here. We're gonna keep a lot of the solid tiles there because it's gonna prevent radiation from shining. You know, the radiation's actually good if you have a lot of germs on your map, because technically this beam of radiation is zapping all germs in the area. So it's actually not that bad. Feels weird, man. Alright, no research. Proper suits. Some rocketry, gas sockets. AQ, I don't think we will need because it's cold map. Salinator, I could see that actually. And then I probably need to grab Rover afterwards because we will need to get that started. Another thing I need to think about. I guess we're just going to do a double mission. Send 2 rovers. Have them deconstruct. Wait, rocket platform is refined metal only. Oh, that sucks. Mercury solid stays solid until -38 and then becomes liquid. Oh, that sucks. So I can't use Cinnabar. So I have to use iron. That kind of sucks. So we have, what is it? 3622. No, I don't think that works that way, right? 3322. That's 10 tiles. I don't think they'll give that to us, though. I think The Trailblazer is 3 tiles, so we have a 9 tile setup, I think. We'll see. We'll have to build something. Because we aren't running a metal refinery. Do I need one? Let's argue that we don't for a while. Let's say we're just gonna do the iron this way. Nice, getting some masks. Not bad. H2, water. I'm happy the water in the bottle is not freezing. That's one of the things I'm so happy about. This stays at 25 instead of just plummeting, being in the cold area. It's kind of nice. Small things like that sometimes. It's all it needs. So worn oxygen mask, we'll need the repairs. Dealing with the CO2 down here slightly. I could probably turn off the heater, to be honest. We could also shave the mammoth for sweaters down. Alright, so let's go through the dupes. Matixo, Zero Dragon. Carrying capacity. Okay. Nothing on there. Layer as a sweater. Meek. No sweater. Not frostproof. Justin. No sweater, not frostproof. Steve. No sweater, not frostproof. Freya's frostproof. Right? Yep. Alright, so dash S. We need to make sure all the dupes that are good are tagged a little bit easier. So S is going to be for sweater or frostproof, in which case, you know, whether or not they need a sweater. Abe. Dude, a lot of my dupes are frostproof. That's kind of nice. And then auto. No sweater. Okay. So this guy. We are not going to be taming them. We are literally going to be shearing them for the reed fiber. So 1, 2, 3. That's going to be like what? 15 reeds. We'll be able to make a couple sweaters. 4, 5. And then there's 2 in there. 6, 7. You know what I just realized? I have 60% of carnivore done with literally the bammets on the map. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we get minimum 30k. It's like 33. So that's what? 200,000+ calories of barbecue? Jesus Christ. 200,000. That's half of carnivore, dude. And just on the map. Dude, we could do carnivore now. No, we don't. We don't have enough floxes for the other half. We might even do it now, man. There's a lot of meat on the map. Oh, did I just drop all the freaking pike apples to the bottom? Oh, what a travesty. Yeah, what a travesty, man. That's not good. Alright, so we're just going to be shearing them for the reeds. We're going to want suits at some point. And sweaters, of course. It's going to get the clothing refashionator, the tailor's loom, right there. Textile loom. I might want to grab that first. We'll wait for the tech, though. right. So, this is open. We technically want this layer, but we don't really care for that. So we're gonna run it here. We're gonna trim that, We're gonna run firepole on this side. This is gonna be O2 line. And then we're just gonna put the telescope right here. Look at this guy, Mamba. Alright, so CO2, ethanol lock, auto bottle, it's handling it. Let's do this on a 9. We're moving out the ice here. Oh, this needs power as well. Wow, this will work. We could pull it from this line. And we just dig from that side. Dude, that works really well. Dude, what is this? Slow speed? Oh, the ethanol penalty. They don't think be like it is, but it do. We run that on that side. Feed that in, and then we're gonna run the power like this. Should be good. And we got the wire right there, nice. Alright, so it's 120, so we have 1, 2, okay, so this is on 80. Wow, this is exactly my free power. So everything could be running and I'm not worried. Because it's going to be exactly 800 once I get this connected. Because it's at 680 plus 120. Wow, that's perfect. Can't be mad about that. Hey, reed fiber. Nice. So this guy, Rango relocate. This guy, Rango relocate. This guy, Rango relocate. We got some eggs to open up too. That's more bammets. Let's go to Rango relocate with this guy. This guy as well. So by doing that, we'll just be getting all the reed fiber from the area. No one has astronomy. Who's this guy? This guy is who? Matixo. He wants astronomy. All right, we'll get both of these. And then we're going to want applied sciences. Because we're not doing databanks yet. Dibs. Oh, you want a sweater, man? Is that what it is? Hey, man. We're going to have like 5 sweaters. Everyone's going to get one. It's going to be fine. I see you over there, though, man. Don't worry. We'll keep you warm. Keep you warm. We'll keep you warm. Oh, for astronomy. Justin, what do you even do in the colony? Yo, man. You the mechatronics guy. You're the engineer. That's the mechatronics engineer. Technically, you're not the science guy. You're the guy that builds the rocket. Not the guy that uses the rocket to look at the stars. That actually makes sense. I'm gonna have a master's in mechanical engineering. Hey, you're the only one that could do the engineering in the colony, man. No memes. We're gonna need you for that. Ah, if there's enough polluted oxygen here getting in the way of the space, hopefully we just pump it all up so it's no longer a problem. Alright, once that gets built, this is gonna be nice. And then we need the refined metal. All right, I think we go this way. Oh wait, how much space do we have from up top? Because I don't want to melt the wires. It's cinnabar, so it's gonna like melt pretty fast. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's pretty safe. We should never get that even close to the exhausts, even if it's at the bottom. Should be fine. Only with CO2 though. The moment I get up to a different engine, I might be in big problems. So we only need 10 tiles above us for the rocket to be able to be built. So that's gonna be fine. We'll just want to go up to there. Oh crap! I don't have CO2. Wow. Wow. I don't have CO2. What the hell is this? This is a meme? This is a meme? I don't have CO2. That's the rocket fuel. That's the rocket fuel we're gonna need. All right, so we're gonna start pumping CO2 from the bottom. This is going to drain a lot of the CO2 we're gonna have. So we're gonna want to do this. Except we don't do that, and we want to build a tile diagonally. They might have some suffocation issues going through that way. And then I know I want to go through this way. Hopefully that fits. Good stuff, good stuff. How to make your plants feel bad by putting it in CO2 tank right beside the alveo vera. Hey man, the alveo vera is a last resort that we don't realistically want to run. Electrolyzer is king. Yes, it is. The electrolyzer is king. It'd be like that sometimes early Apex. But yeah, these are gonna get removed. That's actually why we're digging out this tunnel. So that all the CO2 that settles here gets to spill into here. So we're gonna remove the alveo vera from here. Don't worry. It's so that we could have everything in one place. Hopefully that makes it better. Alright, speed this up. Dude, I'm still surprised we still have ethanol there. Alright, so we're gonna dig this so that we could build a pitch pump here. And then we have one down there. And then there's gonna be this. Oh, y'all better not snipe this diagonally. Bloop splash right in my ethanol. That better not happen. Alright, this guy got shaved. This guy got shaved as well. Can't be mad. Alright, we almost got the clothing refashionator, which would make it a lot easier for us. This is a lot harder to breathe. Dude, look at that. That's a mission he has to bust, man. In order for him to even start digging this? Oh, man. He's trying his hardest. Meep the legend. Rumor has it he's still walking back and forth till this day. Oh, the research is done. All right. Stations. Loom. We'll just put it there, just so that I don't have to build a power wire. Keep making that. Mammoth patties, clay phosphorite. We probably do want to do this, because we don't have any other source of phosphorite, if that's the case. Alright, let's aim. We gotta be digging. We want all the CO2 to accumulate. We probably free the mammoth. Then we got this one to free. Got to free eggs. Okay, construction-wise, we want to do this, that. That tile's not that important. Whoa, what just happened? Just brought away all my menus. Priorities seem okay. Nothing weird happens. Alright, warm coat. Let's make 2. How many are we missing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I gotta use all 5. That's tough. I gotta use all 5, huh? I mean, I guess we're still getting more, right? We got that guy and this guy still. And then there's still this guy. Oh, he's stuck, so we have to dig that tile out. Food's going good. This is enough food for 12 dupes. It's going up because I think we're not considering the meat that we're generating from anything. And anytime a critter dies, man, we get a lot of meats. Oh man, this is not breathable in the middle. That's kind of weird. Dude, man, that's the Bamit's fault, not my fault. That's totally Bamit's fault. 100%, man. 100%. Seems legit. Alright, so we are gonna move the kiln. I am gonna move the ice liquefier. We're gonna put a second hydrogen gen here. And what I'm gonna do is I'm going to power something else. I probably move the deodorizer somewhere completely different. Nah, we probably just remove it. And I gotta do a new electrolyzer setup. I need a second electrolyzer. It's basically what it comes down to. So I think we'll do it on this level. Ah, I don't like that then. It's like that, right? So ladders then. And then we want to dig this open, let the sand fall. We'll let everything fall. We'll make a new little concave up here. Trap the H2 in a certain way. I think it's going to look something like that. And then we're going to do our concave up that way. So we're going to go this way, ladder up, do a little bit of a chimney. Right, we'll probably stop right here. Because I think if I keep going, it's not going to work out. Alright, so let's get rid of this. Get rid of that. The reason why is because we're going to want to use the hydrogen pumps to pump to the same location. And then we have that share, but we're going to run separate power lines. I should try to bump that up a little larger. Now, there might be a little bit of like a... Oh man, how am I supposed to do this? It shouldn't be too bad. We'll figure that out later once we have it ready. It wouldn't be too bad. Should be very straightforward how that works. Ah, this pump plus that being on is kind of bopping us. All right, so Steve needs a little bit of help. He needs to get a second wheel to help out building this. The naked Bammets chilling. These guys are fully shaved as well. Nice. And we didn't make a single sweater. Dude, what are you guys doing? We need to be making sweaters, man, for the people. No meteor shower. We should bump this to a 9. Oh, we're scanning. Okay, we're getting started. It's not bad. So we want the second electrolyzer because it looks like it's getting a little thin. The CO2 doesn't really feel like it's going down that much. I need to build this tile so, you know, the hydrogen and CO2 doesn't get stuck down there. I mean, we don't really need to build that. That's kind of excessive. All right, and now the CO2 could come down a little bit easier. For the sake of just doing it, I think I want a ladder here. And then we're gonna widen the tunnel. Make it a little bit nice. Right, not bad, not bad. I'm gonna go to 2x speed. We're gonna leave these dupes to be doing their duping. Guys, this is gonna be a good time for a quick little break. I'm gonna go get some refills on my tea. Take a quick little break, BRB, get a stretch in. You guys should do the same. It's gonna be good for your health. So guys, small little break. Guys, we're back. Sorry about that. Got some green tea. Pemmican. Can't say no to that. Alright, so we need to get CO2. We are pumping grams of it, so we probably want to cut that. Because that's way too little CO2. We need to start pressurizing the area, which is going to be what we want to do, but we don't have enough oxygen because we're sacrificing half of it to the suits. Yeah, so we're going to make a new spawn spot right here. Let's get it started. Let's get it ready. Speed this up. Moving out the ethanol. Bleachstone's getting moved out. We're doing the astronomy. Nice. We're not going to build the rocket yet. We only have 96 kilograms. That is nothing. And yes, it's coming from the CO2. Proper spawn? No, we're going to do an open one like this. I need to warm up the map still. I don't think we need to do a proper spawn yet if we can't warm up the map. I mean, this is a proper spawn though, right? Totally legit. Totally legit. Oh, we never built the critter trap in here. Then we gotta go down. Dude, this is gonna be the worst thing. We do that. Okay. Damn, okay. We gotta do this weird dig pattern. Okay. Should work out. No one's gonna get stuck. Alright, for gas flow purposes, not bad. We're not harvesting this, even though it's doing the oxalite thing. That way we don't get mixed gases down here. I think though it's gonna self-harvest and then we'll just pull it up. And then it's just gonna let the CO2 resettle. Do that, do that. We want to climb up. Alright, so by doing this, the H2 that releases here gets caught in this pocket, which is what we want, versus that pocket. Now we're going to get slime this way. This is going to be how we keep the vital oil going. Oh, we got a Phlox right here chilling. Should he be there? I guess we should wrangle him. Get him hanging out with the other homies. Do that. Technically, we could dig this. Wow, the off-gas breathability. Okay. I don't think that works. Did we go? Oh wait, no. Oh man, we might be stuck. I won't be able to pick up the items off that ledge. No, that sucks. Oh, that kind of sucks. Yeah, we're gonna have to put ladders, man. I don't want to, though. That's an extra job we're gonna have to do with the ladders. If I can, I would want to avoid it. Soar back. Once we get the second electrolyzer, Stop getting that, right? All right, so Justin's gonna get a sweater. Come on, Justin. Oh, that's gonna remove his sweater though. Now he just wears a parka, feels bad. So you lose your tux, my dude. That's the problem. You lose your tux. Look at that. Why do you have your legs showing? That makes no sense. You're not wearing anything to cover your legs. All right. Next one goes to Meep. Meep, where are you at? It's gonna be you. All right, let's get another 2 coats. I guess we could do this. It's not bad. Tough choices: be warm or fashionable. Sadly, you can't have both. Feels bad. All right, we found the 3rd planet that has a frozen core. That sucks. Okay. There's water on the planet. It's hot water, though. And then leaky oil. Okay. Wait, was that a volcano? Minor. Man, that actually makes a difference. It might be enough. There's a chance that it might not be enough. So we're just hoping we have enough. You guys might be wondering, what do you mean by enough? We're going to be needing mass of the magma to be pumped up, and then we have to bring that said gas to the heat pump, and then we got to get it above 2200. Oh, man. So the thing is that I don't know how much we need in total mass. The problem with the minor volcano is that you get a lot lower, and it's like 100 seconds every 9,000 seconds. So the time of which you actually get any resource is very low. And if we don't have enough erupt, we're gonna have to wait like 100 cycles, man. So I'm a little bit worried about that. Like, I don't want to wait 100 cycles for the next eruption. Ever worth grabbing oxalite from the surface, or is it mass? Nothing. Normally, you have to grab it right away. You could see it's bleeding out the oxygen pretty fast. So it depends. If you want to grab the oxalite, I think you need to have a pool of water up top. So if it crashes in the water, it does an off gas, right? So it slows down how much you lose. So if you do want to grab the oxalate, you can. It's just better if you try to like do a system with that. And if you mine it, it decreases it by half. No, the oxalite is a special case. It's part of the weird calculation family. And it's a special case because the amount of which the off-gassing happens scales with the digging. So in both cases, it's the same amount. So while it's in a tile form like this that you could stand and build on, the amount of mass you lose and the amount of oxygen you gain is like 2 to 1. And then when you dig it, since you already lose half the mass, the debris on the ground of oxalate is 1 to 1. Something like that. So it ends up being the same amount regardless of if you dig it or not dig it. Now, this is the only case, or one of the few cases that you have something like this, because of that weird change in off-gassing calculation from the solid to the debris tile. So it doesn't actually matter for the oxalite in this case. Shouldn't actually matter. And then we would want to do all that. Need the ladder for that, though. Actually dug up, it off-gases faster, but because of the combined mass and directions. That is true, if it's not impeded. Alright, we want to get rid of this. Technically... I think I need this tile. Gonna start trimming that. All that's gonna fall down. We can start picking this up. Attack is done. AQ. What would I want to grab? Polypress. The logic with that is I might do nectar for plastic, because we will need plastic at some point. That's the thing. We will need plastic at some point. Brine, sure. I don't really want to increase population yet because we have a decent amount of idle. Okay, just want to move out the items. Now, if they dig this, I hope they don't jump to the ledge. That'd be horrible. All right, so now we can do this. All right. Moving out the items here, easy. Moving those items out, easy. Come on, Ruby, you got this. Here we go. Good stuff, good stuff. So we'll keep it like this. This is not bad. We'll do our pump right here. We'll do the automation right here too. Gas element sensor. And then we'll just have the electrolyzer system here. We'll do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The water is right there. It should be fine. We're going to do a bottle drainer into a liquid res into a electrolyzer setup. Okay, we will want to do this. And then we do that design. It's gonna look weird, but we gotta do it that way. Is the moving things a mod or is it new quality of life? I haven't played in a minute. That's a mod. It's a very quality mod that I would recommend. The bottle drainer is a new building they added in though. Bottle drainer is nice. The sweeping move that I'm using, mass move, it's a mod. Very convenient for a lot of the things you run into in this game. It's really nice. Alright, start pumping up some of the CO2s again. We got full packet size. That's actually all I wanted. Moving items one at a time was really bad. Alright, we pumped up a little bit. We got less than full packet, so we'll let that accumulate again. Do the digs. Once we get the airflow here, we can start digging. Didn't fall on the ledge. Let's go. Nice. Start digging down below. Good stuff. So this is gonna be water. Dude, you're gonna get stuck. There we go. Ooh, man, he was gonna jump on the ledge. I'm still playing Abiotic Factor. I didn't think it was this long, and it's still early access. Is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? Because anytime I think about a game that's a little bit too long, I immediately think about Satisfactory's Phase 4 changing in live. I don't even know if that like makes sense. Alright, I might just make this separate spawn in and of itself entirely. It wouldn't be bad, I suppose. So we'll do this here. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Should be good, just one. And then we gotta do hydrogen. Okay, so we are going to do bam, 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 bam. All right, that's wrong. Well, I just wanted to flip it. There we go. And then we run that. And then we run that. And then we run that. One, two, three, four, 5. Get a second one. Let's get this, get that. We are gonna want smart battery here. Get the H2. This is gonna be light power. Okay. Oh. Super meme. Maybe we do this and we just do the ladder. Sure. And then we get the vent here. It's not bad. Get the dig. And then all we need is the low setup here for the second pump, which I don't know if we actually, like, care for. I don't know if that actually matters. It almost feels complete, just needs polishing and balancing. I appreciate the people that don't abuse early access. I'm not gonna lie, that is one thing I do appreciate. Is when the dev doesn't, like, literally have a 0.001 version. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate it when the devs come out with, like, oh man, the game's almost complete type of early access. Those are cool. But yeah, sometimes, man, they come out on early access and it's gonna be, oh yeah, it's gonna be like 4 to 5 years. And then it's like they barely have any content. That's when it's like, I feel like that's tough. And sometimes you get PoE 2. Yo, man. PoE 2 is rough. Survivability right now, man. I'm trying to do tier 15 maps, and I'm just getting my butt beat if I'm on the wrong map type. Dude, you guys that play PoE 2, is it me? Like, you guys done maps already, right? Is it me, or does it feel like within the maps, certain maps are harder than certain maps? And it feels like It feels like if I'm doing tier 15 maps, if I do an Act 1 area, I steamroll it. It's not even close. If I do an Act 2 area, same thing. But the moment I do an Act 3 zone on a tier 15 map, I feel like I get wrecked. It feels like even though all the mobs are the same level, all the mobs are not equal. Zero Dragon, have you, like, encountered anything like that, man? The players were having fun and Jonathan didn't like that? Yeah, man. Where's Chris when you need him? Chris saved PoE 1, and then he left. We need him again, man. Dude, no breathabilities. Alright, once we get this spawn up, we're gonna be tapping geysers afterwards. Shouldn't be too bad. The only thing that kind of sucks is it's polluted oxygen. What the hell, man? Also, I gotta ask Zero Dragon, did you see the interview today? I gotta watch that after stream. I need to see what they did, man. I want to see the vision. You got Reddit's impression of it. Oh. Was it a good interview? Was Zarian, like, asking the tough questions? It wasn't a good impression. Oh, that sucks. Because I'm not gonna lie, it feels like right now, everything the devs are doing and everything their vision is complete opposite, man. Because they want to get rid of the meta builds that are too strong, so not everyone plays it. But you know what happened, man? They basically put this game in a state where if you're not playing the one build per weapon type that's somewhat viable, you're just gonna get wrecked. It feels like there's only one build per weapon that really works. Everything else is a struggle, man. Jonathan didn't have a vision. The Zarian asked the right questions, but John was super defensive. And they're doing a balancing around 1% of players. What? So they're only looking at the top 1,000 ladder and nothing else. Wow. That's not from the interview. Oh, okay. That's just how they do it. Oh, man. It might be time to quit PoE, man. Wait for the 0.3 update in 6 months. And then we play Path of Exile 1. Let's go. It's time, boys. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. I can't go to PoE 1. Man, I'm gonna watch the interview. I want to see. But man, that sucks, man. Hate to see that kind of thing happen. Alright, we're gonna run that to prime the system. Polluted oxygen I'm a little worried about, so we're gonna let this kind of run for a sec before this works. Water here. This is at a 7. We'll bump this to a 7 as well. But yeah, man, I would easily say this patch is the worst patch. The league mechanic for the season feels like they couldn't come up with anything and they just kind of duct taped it on. It really feels like they ran out of just stuff, and everything from the recent patch was because they had to hit a deadline. That's what it really feels like, man. It doesn't feel like anything was tested. It doesn't feel like anything was vetted. It just felt like, oh yeah, we should just do this. That's why it kind of just feels gross. This is done. Flow rate is done. Okay. And we have water in here? Not yet. Oh, auto bottle. I gotta enable that. Hey, what's going on, Go Live? How are you? I see you over there. All right. Rover module. We're gonna want that. Good. And yourself? We're doing all right. Doing a new challenge. Doing okay. Mamba's chilling in the back. It's a little warm, but otherwise, we getting by. What's the goal of this run? So we're playing on a new map that we haven't played on before. This is the mini cluster of Ceres. I actually haven't played that yet. And we're going to be doing the heat pump. We are going to be doing the heat pump for the max rewards. Basically, the temperature of the liquid you add in dictates what rewards you get from the heat pump. So if you pump in a liquid that's within a certain temperature range, you get certain rewards associated with that. There is a upper limit of the hottest liquid you could add in and then, you know, still get the best reward. The lowest amount is 2,200 Celsius. So we have to get a liquid above 2,200 Celsius, and then we have to be able to pump it up in a pipeline and then deliver it to the building. So we have to do that. We have to get a material that doesn't melt. We have to be able to pump up a liquid that's above 2,000 degrees. Make sure the pipes don't melt. And then the problem is that you're not going to be able to get something at that temperature from like a source. So you're going to have to heat it up. So find a liquid that survives that temperature range, heat it up, and then pump that into the heat pump. And then you have to do enough liquid so that it could turn on. So I haven't played on this map. We're going to explore. There's going to be 3 planet clusters for the map because that's just how it's designed. So this is the Ceres cluster, and it's 3 Ceres clusters. So we have the first one right here. It looks kind of weird. All the oil is frozen, so it looks kind of off. And then we haven't gone to the 3rd planet yet, but in our first attempt, because this is attempt number 1, we're really not rushing anything. We're probably just going to be easing into it. And then we're going to be looking for a strategy that we're going to want to use to get the temperature. And then once we have something we're set on, we'll start kind of figuring out the route. Because it's like, if we need to use plastic, you kind of want to make sure you have, you know, everything you need for that, whether it's Dreco's, oil, or nectar, right? So you could get that a lot earlier if you like work towards it in the beginning. But it's like, we don't actually know if we're going to go down the nectar route. We have a lot of oil on the 2nd planet. We could actually just process this into plastic, you know? So it depends. And then once we figure out our strategy, we could route it from the beginning, and then we're going to try to speed run it. Golith, let me know which dupe you would like to claim. But yeah, that's the run. We're going to be attempting to do some very extreme stuff. Pilots. I don't think they are a peer pilot, though. Yeah, it's Steve. My man Steve. He's gonna be the pilot. Alright, man, go lift your in. Alright, so we gotta get you a sweater, man, because it's cold. You have a sweater equipped, -S. Alright, we have one more. We'll give it to the dupe that needs it. And then we're going to remove the wood heater. I'm actually just going to deconstruct it. We're not going to need it anymore. We're kind of in an O2 problem right now, though. So we're trying to get the second electrolyzer up. Alright, so we will want to do this. Get this running. Water's coming in. This is going to work. So we're going to generate H2. We're going to want to make sure we have enough hydrogen in here for this to work. So we want to do this. We're on, boys. If we could get this layer to be hydrogen, we should be set. We could flash this on for a second, get the mechanical filter set up, and then we'll be good. Oh, wow. They gave us the metal swamp as a 4th planet. The dude, volcano, cobalt, gold, copper. No iron. That's unfortunate. But yeah, cold map, dude. This map is so cool. That's why we're doing open electrolyzers. That's the only way we're going to be able to, like, warm up the base. We also don't know how long we're going to be playing on the maps, right? So a lot of our solutions for the problems are more long-term, right? Like this is more long-term in a sense that we're going to be warming it up so we don't have to deal with the cold anymore. But that also means we won't be able to do pike apples because this is going to be cold temperature. So it's going to be a weird balancing point we're going to have to get to. Whether we keep it cold, whether we warm it up. I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem. Man, why did this polluted oxygen have to hang out here? Alright, we're going to want to do a quick flash. Red signal. Ah. I just want to pump up some hydrogen, man. Just a little bit of H2. Alright, so no polluted oxygen. So we want to see the loop. There it is. Once the loop is in, we could connect this. Autosave lag. And then we continue the loop, continue the pump. And now the polluted oxygen leaves. Let's go. Filter is in, boys. H2 filter. Nice. So all we got to do now is remove the polluted oxygen. All right, second spawn. So that's going to be enough till we get up to 16. It's going to be closer to like 18, 17.5. So that's going to be nice. It'll keep us oxygenated. All right, from this point, we could probably leave everything as is. I probably want to tap at least one of the water sources. This is cold water. That's cool. We're going to tap the other water on this side. We'll start digging that, doing the infinite pressure tank. So this is 30-degree polluted water. I don't need to heat it up in order to sieve it, which is why we're going to opt for this one and not the cold water source. This is -10. Okay, speed this up. Ethanol is almost maxed out. The pools are still there. Though this one's going down by a decent amount. Alright, so the polluted oxygen that gets released gets dumped out here, which I'm not really too worried about. Just want to generate the hydrogen, generate the oxygen. Water's in, hydrogen is at 1,000. I can't be mad. What does ethanol do? And what are those weird looking critters? This guy is a young Bugs Bunny. I want to say that, but that's not his real name. He wants to grow up like the legend himself, Bugs. But sadly, he has no legs. Feels weird, man. So as a result, you know, you can't be Bugs Bunny if you got no legs. Charlie Murphy. Feels bad. Otherwise, ethanol is going to be something you feed the trees. We have something called a bonbon tree. This gives you nectar, which is basically sugar water. And then, right, you feed it snow, you get nectar. And then the seals do the bonbon trees, and then you get the ethanol. Ethanol goes into the squash. And then this guy eats the squash. Now, the funny thing is that if you actually cook the squash and you give him fries, he makes a deal with McDonald's. And you know what that means? He gets the crown, dude. Look at this. If he eats the French fries, he gets a sponsorship deal with McDonald's. And then they got to, you know, deck him out with all the nice clothes. You got the purple robe, gold crown. Dude. You got to specifically feed him the fries, though. So it's basically a frozen planet food loop. So you do these guys. These guys eat the pike apples. Pike apples need phosphorite. You get phosphorite from having these guys eat the squash, and they poop out phosphorite effectively. This is what they poop out, the patty. And you get phosphorite for this. That fertilizes this plant. These guys give you meat. Their antlers could be cut off with a shearing station, and then you get wood. Wood is going to be how you get a lot of your initial stuff anyways. So that's going to be how you stay warm with a heater. That's how you're going to be able to build wood tile. Some of the ladders are made out of wood. So you're going to get, you know, replenishable resource that way. Now afterwards, you will eventually want to do the squash. Now the problem with the squash is, so that you want to feed these guys, you need to get ethanol. So you have some pockets on the map, but otherwise you would want to get snow, feed that to a bonbon tree, right? That's going to give you nectar. If you don't harvest the nectar, you could have the seal eat the tree, and then you get ethanol. The ethanol then gets fed into the squash, which gives you this, and then you make that into fries. And then you feed it to the mammoth. So it's all like a, you know, connected process chain. Don't you mean the Burger King, Hungry Jacks, not Macca's? It depends where you are. Depends where you are. Burger King makes sense just because it's a crown, it's a king. The only reason why I said McDonald's, it's because, alright, I'm not gonna lie. I would rather have McDonald's than Burger King. Burger King has never been that good. I would also have McDonald's over Wendy's. Wendy's is not that good. I would take Jack in a Box over McDonald's. But I would take Carl's Jr. over Jack in a Box. And then all those places I consider low tier. Meaning that they're not really somewhere you want to go to. I never want to go to those places specifically. I'd rather go to the local mom and pop shop for hamburgers. Like the local spots that doesn't have a chain, they just taste so much better, dude. I don't know what it is, but like the local mom and pop shop is where it's at. Like that's the better burgers, better quality. We don't have Whataburger where I'm at. We don't have it over here, man. Whoppers are the only good thing from Burger King. How are the chicken sandwiches? I've seen that on TV. It seems, you know, I never had it. Whoppers are the only good thing at BK. I had a Whopper and I was like, this is not as good as going to Carl's and just getting like a famous star, which is about the same thing. Maybe it's also because like the local shops don't have good quality. Now we do have In-N-Out, we do have Five Guys, we do have Shake Shack. I don't frequent any of those places because they're a drive, right? I'm in the ghetto. We don't got none of those nice places over here. We don't have Dairy Queen. I don't think I've seen one. Like, I would have to Google a location and specifically drive out. I've been to Dairy Queen once, and it was very lackluster. I've been to Sonic's twice. Same thing, was not that good. We talking fast food? Yeah, fast food. Dairy Queen I've seen before down here, but the only Dairy Queen that I've ever seen shut down when I was like 5 years old. So like I used to walk by the elementary school. I'm like, yo, that's a Dairy Queen. I see the blizzards on the TVs. I gotta ask my mom if I could get one of those. And then it's like I turned 6 years old. Oh, they got shut down. I stood in front of the shop. Oh wow, they're actually closing down. And we lost the Dairy Queen, man. I've never seen one since. Traditional meaning we can't include the Five Guys. Okay. In-N-Out would easily be top tier. I enjoy the In-N-Out. The only problem is that I don't want to wait in line, man. It's way too long of a line. But I will have to say, if I had to rank fast food, I think the place I would go to get fast food, I would say it's El Pollo Loco. Dude, it's not really fast food, man, if you go to El Pollo Loco. Carl's is mid-tier for me. I wouldn't want to go if I had a choice. El Pollo Loco, dude, the fire grilled chicken, and you see them grill it on the fire, like right behind the register, dude, that's legit. And it's chicken, you know? It's not red meat, so it's a little bit healthier. And then it's like they got this flavor from the char. It's on there still. You get that on the burger sometimes. Char broiled, right? All right, so we don't have CO2 rocket. It's unfortunate. Have you been to a Pollo Tropical? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. But if I had to pick a top 3, it would probably be El Pollo Loco, Popeyes, and the third one might be... I don't know. I think it would have to be like one of those sandwich shops like Jimmy John's. Subway has not been good in the longest time. Have you been to Pollo Tropical? It's basically Pollo Loco. Oh, Los Pollos Hermanos from Breaking Bad. Yeah, it's not that I prefer chicken. It's just that the chicken places seem to be better quality food. I don't know why. Oh man, you know what's the funniest thing about Chick-fil-A? I used to try to make chicken nuggets at home when I was like younger, and that was one of the things I wanted to really learn how to cook. And this was before Chick-fil-A came out, right? And became popular. I had Chick-fil-A for the first time, and I thought to myself, I know exactly what's in this. Because this tastes exactly like the fried chicken I make. And I basically, as a result, never fell into the hype. Because the secret ingredient is sugar. That's all they do. They add like granulated sugar into the seasoning batter. That's really all it is. Everything else is kind of normal. And after you figure that out, it's kind of just mid, dude. Dude, Chick-fil-A is not that good. The only reason to go was for the sauces. Because they have like pretty decent sauce variety. Polynesian, you got your normal honey mustard, hot sauce, ranch. I don't even like their chicken sandwiches. Dude, they're overpriced. I would never want to go there outside of that first year I went. Because it's too much, man. You're paying for premium. Even though I feel like the quality has gone down since the inception of it. I feel like around 2020, Chick-fil-A's quality just plummeted. I would say the same about a lot of things, though. Dude, you know what used to be really good? King's Hawaiian bread. That used to be amazing. Nowadays, you go to the grocery store and you get the King's Hawaiian bread. It's like, what the fuck is this? This is not the same thing, man. And it's like, man, the quality of all this stuff after it gets popular just is plummeted, man. It feels bad. One of those things. You hate to see it, man. Do you not have Raising Cane's out in California yet? They opened one in like the heart of LA. And dude, that's hours from where I live. Dude, that's hours from where I live, dude. So it's like LA traffic and the fact that Raising Cane's is East Coast, or well, Midwest, right? Not so much East Coast, West Coast. It's like in the middle. We have, I think, one, and it's like literally in the center of like a mall or something. Subway in the 80s was back then, dude, man. You know why it's bad now? It's because Jared, dude. I'm just kidding. After Jared, dude, and all that bad stuff Jared did. I thought it was only me about the Hawaiian bread. Nah, man. Dude. I wanted to do the Hawaiian bread sliders. So you get ground beef, you do the giant beef patty smash burger style and just stack it on. And then you cut it with the Hawaiian bread. So you got like little White Castle burgers, you know? And then I did that for a while. And then I was like, man, this bread sucks now. What's going on? And then I kept going, I'm going to give it another chance. Because I had some good memories of the Hawaiian bread. But every time I got it, I was like, man, this is getting worse and worse and worse. At some point, I just was like, you know what, man, I'm giving up. Have you ever had Jollibee chicken sandwich? I've had Jollibee fried chicken with gravy, but not a chicken sandwich from there. I can't say I've had that. Ghost Rider, I see you tuning in. Appreciate you. So yeah, never had Raising Cane's. I've never had that. I will say too, though, that one of the reasons why I think I put El Pollo Loco and the Popeyes as very high tier for the fast food, it's because they have good sides. Dude, the sides at the restaurants are really good. I would say El Pollo Loco probably has like the best salads. That might sound ridiculous, getting salad at a fast food place, but it's more so that, yo, man, they have the amazing avocado cilantro ranch or something. It's really good. They got this like cilantro ranch salad dressing. You get one of those side salads with a little bit of tortilla strip. Dude, it's solid, man. Get that on the side instead of eating something bad, like bad for you healthy wise. And then you get some of the chicken, mix it in, dude. You get a chicken salad. It's not bad. And then, of course, they got the corn on the cob. That's delicious. And then if you want red rice, it's decent. The mac and cheese, I feel like people sleep on. The chicken tortilla soup is pretty good if you go to El Pollo Loco for that. And then they have a lot of things that I feel like just really solid, and it's pretty good price. Like, they have the $5 meal still there, even though it's like a drink and a burrito. I'm like, that's still pretty solid. Popeyes has the best sides, period, dude. The Popeyes gravy, in and of itself, is good enough to go. Like, the Popeyes gravy is next level, man. It is so good. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but that Popeyes gravy, dude, delicious. It's a proper gravy, not just some powdered stuff mixed with water that you have at KFC. Like, you can see the chunks of the stuff. Oh, I can't do, dude, I don't even get the mash, man. I just get the gravy. It's so good. Dude, you know what you should do? You get the gravy, and then you get the red rice, and then you get dirty rice by mixing that. Because you have chunks of sausage, onions, garlic, celery in there, in the gravy. Dude, you get dirty rice? That stuff is so good. So good. If you don't want the potatoes, man. I saw KFC had fried mashed potatoes balls. Looks good, but I can't do instant. No, man. KFC, I don't trust it, man. I feel like KFC just, like, isn't that good. It's just super salty. I don't know why. Compared to, like, how it used to be. I don't go KFC anymore, man. It's greasy, it's super salty. If I get anything there, I feel like I get a chicken pot pie. And then, you know, sometimes they don't have it ready. I'm like, okay, my piece. I'm not even going to buy anything here. I'm just going to go to Popeyes down the street. Popeyes is good for the spiciness. Yeah, they have good spice, man. Zaxby's chicken salads. I don't have that here. What's BDQ? I'm not sure what that is. Yeah, we don't have Zaxby's here either. Feels bad. Felt really crappy last time I ate about 4 or 5 years ago. Dude, man. I used to think that I didn't like fried chicken because I remember one time when I was young, I bought a bucket of fried chicken, extra crispy, extra spicy. And after eating one breast, I kind of just looked myself in the mirror and went, what the fuck am I doing? Like, I'm not even kidding. I was like, dude, what is this? Like, I don't want to eat any more of this. And I didn't know why. From that day forward, I thought I just didn't really enjoy fried chicken. Because it's one of those things where it's like the first bite, the smell is amazing. But it immediately... My Vital oil is freezing? No way. Oh. No way, dude. I was like, what's this pea water? No, it's mixing with the ethanol. Wait, it's getting deleted. Oh no, it's probably just refreezing. Yeah, it's probably just refreezing. And then what happened was that, you know, from that day forward, I thought I didn't like fried chicken that much anymore. Fast forward like 5 years later, I went to Popeyes, and it's been a while, right? I get a bucket of chicken there, you know, some good sides. Get the Cajun fries, get the mashed potatoes and gravy. I destroyed that. I destroyed the bucket and food. I was like, man, this is good. I realized at that point that it was just KFC was that much more worse in terms of like I guess, how much sodium, how much actual, like, stuff is in it. That made me just not really like it. I don't know what it was, man. Maybe it was the grease. Maybe it was the amount of salt. But after having, like, one breast, I put the whole thing down. But the Popeyes, I'm able to eat it all, man. I don't know why. It was just a lot better. Maybe because it feels more like real chicken. What's PDQ, Golith? I can't say I'm familiar with that, sadly. PDQ? 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 CO2 engine. Popeyes has a spiciness that makes you want to eat. But I got the extra crispy, extra spicy from KFC, though. So I was hoping that would be the same thing. Who's the best fast food fries? I have never been to Five Guys to have their new Cajun fries. But I will say I have a soft spot for Cajun fries. So I will automatically put Popeyes in there. The Rally's seasoned fries are really good. The Cajun fries, I would assume, is going to be pretty decent. If you don't count Five Guys, do you count Rally's? Because Rally's is more like a Johnny Rockets. Okay. Jack in the Box curly fries when they're fresh. Once they get cold, they kind of suck. Curly fries in general, though, I feel like I'm a sucker for. Like, if you have curly fries on the menu, I'm getting that every time. You know what I'm saying? Curly fries, just, man. I love the invention. Curly fries are just delicious. We're going to be grabbing fertilizer. It's good. I like PDQ's honey maple chicken sandwich. Oh, that's a solid combo, man. Solid combo. Solid combo. Alright, so we're waiting for the CO2 rocket before we could do anything about that. Are we out of dirt? Is that what it is? No, we're good. Alright, so the oxygen is filling up a lot better. We don't have a pump on this side, so we should probably try to set that up. So, we probably end up doing the pump here like we did with the other setup. And then let's add a wire. And then we're going to have to move out the oxygen. So we're going to pull this down and over. Alright. Wood tile there. Oh, dude, zucchini fries? I'm a fan of zucchini fries when they're fresh. I hate how zucchini fries get soggy. I mean, it's zucchini fries, so that's kind of like how the cookie crumbles, you know? But, dude, I like zucchini fries, man. It's nice. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. You know what I like better than zucchini fries? Actual just sliced zucchini and then deep fried as little circles. Because I feel like when you do it in a fry shape and it's long, one of the corners of the zucchini fries is the center. And that part is always soft and you can't do anything about that. I would rather have them as little discs, to be honest. I feel like that's a lot better. Oh, fried green beans? Is that the spicy chili one? I think I've had that before from The Habit. They have like a spicy, sweet, chili lime green beans. I'm not sure it's the same thing I had though, Rambo. But I've been to The Habit. I've been to The Habit. Oh, I have one open nearby. Man. I can't tell you anymore. The last time I went to the Habit was like 5 years ago. But basically, I found out about the Habit because at my old job, they were a customer of ours. So they would buy product from us. So we would talk to some of the like people that work at HQ. You know, you would never see them at the restaurant because it's like they're not at the restaurant site. They have a spicy mayo, but I think the green beans are not spicy. It was, I mean, it wasn't spicy. It was more so it had tang and a little bit of spice kick, but it wasn't, I wouldn't consider it spice. It's kind of like having like black and white pepper. Like, to a certain degree, you could argue it's like a little bit spicy, but I wouldn't consider that spicy though. They are like tempura battered almost. Oh, that's nice. That's not the same green bean dish I had. That is not the same one I had. But I love green beans, man. I'm a big fan. I had a lot of peas and green beans as a kid, so I would say it's one of my more enjoyed veggies. I get them over fries, dude. I get that over fries. Dude, Dude, vegetables. Guys, what are the vegetables you would order over French fries? That's a sign of you really actually appreciating it. Because instead of French fries, you get vegetables. You know what I'm saying? So for me, I would put grilled asparagus, fried zucchini, green beans. You would have to dress it up somehow. Either like seasoning, spice, sauce, something. And then... do onions count? Sweet potato fries. I love sweet potato fries. I don't consider that. They have fries in the name. You can't be like, I take sweet potato fries over regular fries. That doesn't make sense. Nah. You can't use potatoes because that's in the French fries already. Yeah, I was going to say, do onion rings count? Because it's like... the problem with onion rings is that I feel like they're good, but I feel like it's more so something I would have with something else. I wouldn't want that as a side. Like, I would want onion rings on my burger, you know, kind of a deal. Broccoli and cheese. That's a good one. Broccoli and cheese. That's a good one, man. Broccoli and cheese is slept on. I will say that. I will agree. The broccoli and cheese kind of slept on. But yeah, I would say that would be my list. What's going on, Commodore? I see you over there. Tune it in at the near the end of stream. What's good with you, Commodore? How's the Tuesdays, man? We're talking about vegetables we would eat and choose over French fries. Because, you know, if you would actually have the veggies over French fries, these veggies you consider to be really delicious. Do you have a vegetable of choice, man? Really? Brussels sprouts? Corn on the cob is amazing, man. Roasted, sweet roasted. I see you over there, man. How do you guys feel about fried okra? I can't say that I've had that. I can't say if I've had fried okra. I feel like it would be good though. Even though I don't know the taste of okra, it just sounds like it'd be good. Have you guys ever had the corn ribs? It's like they take the corn of the cob, right? And it's like you have the cob in the middle and the corn on the side. And then it's like part of the center of the cob gets cut off. And then they kind of like run that in a marinade and then grill it. So they have like corn ribs, so to speak. You guys ever had that? Fried okra is awesome, but in the wrong hands, it tastes like poop. Oh, that doesn't sound good. Nobody wants to eat poop, man. Just saying. Nobody wants to eat poop. My dad grows okra sometimes. I never cared for it. Interesting. Okra. I've never actually tasted it, man. I don't even know. Like, could you guys describe the taste? Is that possible? Describe okra to someone that's never had okra. Man, I hate Brussels sprouts, but I went to an Italian place that did it with a blue cheese prosciutto balsamic, and it was lightly breaded and fried. It was nutty and good. All right, when you add balsamic to Brussels sprouts, though, you can't go wrong, man. Because I'm not gonna lie, that's how I have my Brussels sprouts. I take Brussels sprouts, cut off the stem, cut it in half, wash, put it on a pan, oil, a little bit of salt, roast. Take it out, toss it, or drizzle balsamic on top, and you're good. It's so good. If you want some sweetness to that, normally you add a little bit of like sugar somewhere. See, I don't like blue cheese. I don't like blue cheese, man. Green pepper, I guess, for the okra taste. See, I don't like the green pepper taste. It's more so something that's like... I like green pepper in the food because it's very aromatic. It smells amazing. But I never eat it in the food. It's one of those things that it's like... I don't mind it. It's just I wouldn't actually want to eat it. We do Brussels sprouts for Thanksgiving and we fry it in the turkey. Wow, turkey fryer oil. That sounds amazing. I like it more when it's melted. Ah. No, I don't like fajitas. Fajitas has always been bad. Every place that I've had a fajita at, and I've had it at a lot of different places, it always tastes like very poorly made stir-fried chicken. Like, they put chicken breasts, chicken thighs sliced in a pan, add salt, add onions, add bell peppers, toss, serve tortillas. That's how it almost always is everywhere that I go to that's offered it. And it's never been good. To the point where I think that I need to have someone like make me good fajitas or like go to like a really nice restaurant. Like I'm at the point where I've given up, man. Fajitas suck. I've come to that conclusion. That's sad. Mine comes out of cast iron pan sizzling. Yeah, we get it in the pan sizzling too. It's not good. It feels like it's bland half the time. Right? I feel like I'm Gordon. Yo, man, this shit needs salt. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that shit. And it's like... just not good, man. I don't know what it is. Maybe I don't taste some of the flavors of bell peppers. I don't know what it is, though. I just don't enjoy it. A lot of times, I would rather order, like, chicken enchiladas. You know? Frontas. It's not bad. But yeah, I get the sizzling pan. We get that here too. It's just, it doesn't really change much, man. All right, a lot of polluted oxygen. H2 is positive, so I can't really be mad. We got the tech, so now we can start building. CO2 engine. We will do double trailblazer. I think I need to do 2 for this to work. We're gonna get a second one. And then we are gonna want to run... Ah. Yeah, this would be the line. And I see how that connects. Okay, cool. We'll do it like that. Pop this. And then this is going to be our CO2 line. All right, so we're going to need a ladder for this. And it's going to be identical. So we're going to run 2 rockets because we're not going to run a rover. We're going to run double trailblazer. Both of them are going to land, do a platform, and then we're going to leave. We're going to want to go to this planet that we have a teleporter on because we don't have that much oxygen here. Right? We came by one time and then we tried to dig a ladder only for us to realize we can't break through abyssalite. We got to activate both of the teleporters and then we want to come here just to grab the Wheezewort because this is going to be our radiation source for the Radbolt research. So we want to grab that, but we can't grab the seed and then leave with it. We have to use the teleporter right here. Now, this is now discovered, and there's a tundra biome there. Part of me wants to skip this planet and go to here. We don't know how it looks like, but, you know, we do have the potential to be able to do the setup for this. But yeah, double trailblazer, and then we'll be able to leave 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's all 6 tiles of movement. So I don't know if we actually land on this planet with the Mercury on it. This is where the oil is. So if I do want to do nectar, I will have to transport the oil to the top. We'll have to see whether we actually go that route. All right, speed this up. We'll get our rocket in. We kind of want to get through this, so we will have to do that. Digging skill. Lay raw. We're going to need obsidian mining. And then we're going to tap the water geyser. And this is going to be 30-degree water. At some point, we're going to run out of ice. So we're going to start getting water. Pumping it into either reservoir. We're just going to do a 50-50 split to both. Probably run a overflow with this as well. And then we'll have water, so we don't have to worry about oxygen too much. We'll do the dig. This is the tile that we have to leave in order for the geyser to not be completely blocked. So we'll be okay. Water's in, H2 was good, hydrogen gens are working. Okay, that is automated. Oxygen's kind of included. Ooh, lines coming in. I have not seen any instance of CO2 liquefying in my map. So I'm just gonna be brave. There's a freaking mammoth in here. That's so meme. A man broke into the somnium synthesizer. And then we got another bambit stuck here. That's more reed fiber for us. And of course, more barbecue meat if we want it. So technically, we're closer to 300,000 in terms of how much calories we have in meat. 300,000, man. So we almost have carnivore via the mammoths that's naturally spawned on the map. That's wild. Alright, this is going to be filling up the engine. Once we get this built, we got a second engine we're going to have to make. iron for this. We're probably gonna want to do more iron here. Not gonna want to do the metal refinery. It'd be a lot of heat dump. It's probably gonna be fine. We have a lot of debris items here that's gonna be able to absorb everything. Oh, what do we got? Mirth seeds. We don't really want any of the dupes here. One piloting. All right, so with the research, we don't have rad bolt tech, so we're limited to the tech that we have. Does anyone have a problem when alumina volcanoes randomly tiles in the volcano setup? Oh, wow. That would only happen if you don't have enough. Is your system primed? Like you have active steam on every tile? Because that happens when you allow the aluminum to pull up on top of the neutronium, which wouldn't really happen unless you're like in a vacuum. It's been running for 50 plus cycles. And what kind of material is it? Is it solid aluminum that you get? Because that's going to be the difference between the aluminum solidifying or if the aluminum accidentally cooks something into a tile block. I know that might be like a very like, it might seem like a stupid question. But that solid block is aluminum, right? Because I feel like it's kind of common for that to be dirt or sand or something like that. Because of the heat and then the items that you would typically have that might interact with that. 2 tile tall solid aluminum. How much mass is it per tile? So the solid aluminum before you dig it out, right? It's gonna say like 50 kgs, 1000 kgs. About 180. Huh. Did that happen during the playthrough or during a save load? Two tile tall stack. That's weird. This is running, has been running for 350 cycles. Oh, wait. Okay. So you've been leaving it to run for a long time then. Is that the case? So your save has been running for 350 cycles? So the reason why I asked that is because the moment you go over 644 total, okay. The moment you go more than about 4 to 5 hours of continuous playthrough of this game, switching from max speed to single speed, you get something called accumulated memory loss. That's basically what attributes to memory leak, because you get accumulated errors. You keep a log file of that, and then once you accumulate enough errors, they start causing bad calculations in the game, and it starts to get weird interactions. So that might be one of them. I've seen a lot of weird stuff happen. I've seen a liquid lock get pushed down by CO2, and the liquid would push out the other way. That should never be possible. I've seen a lot of weird interactions with automation getting skipped, pipeline skipping, freezing bubbles, like the pipeline's just not moving even though the game's running. You get a lot of weird interactions sometimes. I've seen a dupe fall down, slide backwards, and then fall down here. And that was probably the craziest instance of memory leak I've ever witnessed. Because during the entire time, they were in the falling animation. So I don't know what happened. And then during the fall, there was no ladder. So it wasn't like he was climbing up and down, but it just had the falling animation. So I would say that it is potentially a memory leak issue where something weird happens because of that. Outside of that, aluminum volcanoes should not solidify because you don't erupt enough per second. So if we were to assume there was a problem with the build somehow and that nothing is going to be like an issue outside of that, what might have happened is the liquid would have to all accumulate on the same tile where it erupts from. So from a geyser standpoint, that has to be this tile because you spawn right here and then it falls down. That has to happen enough for the liquids to accumulate together and hit the sweet spot value for it to solidify into a tile and not a debris. I don't know how much that is, but I think it's around 100 plus. So that means you would have to have like 10 seconds of the aluminum volcano erupting and the liquid is not solidifying into a sweepable aluminum block, right? And it's just accumulating. So there's either the steam's too hot or the room is a vacuum. Now we know that's not the case because it's been running for 50 cycles. So honestly, I don't actually know. There shouldn't be any case where that happens. Outside of a weird vacuum, maybe you were not rerouting the water from the steam turbine back in, which I don't think that's the case either again. But yeah, it's a very weird situation, man. There's nothing that I could tell you. If you can. Oh, I was gonna say post on Discord. Yeah, I was gonna see if I could see a picture. Huh, so that's exactly the tile I was thinking. You're running the metal block design. That's cool. You got the liquid layer for the STs. Wait, your turbines are not on? Is that because the steam inside is below 125? So if you guys are curious, this is what we're looking at. So these turbines aren't on, right? Does that mean the steam is lower than 125? 195. And the turbines aren't on? Are the turbines active? Because even if like they should be filled some way, partially, all the way. Battery controlled. Maybe. Only turns on when it's over 195. Power below 30 on the battery. Oh. Wow. That's probably the problem. You kind of can't automate the steam turbine. You can't. That might be the problem. How would that even work? Because the problem is that when you have it like that, and you have enough power and you're not charging it, and then the STs aren't turning on, so there's no point for the AQ to add heat. and then, you know, it's not cool enough for the aluminum to leave, doesn't that let the accumulated heat kind of stack up? Okay, so you've done this with every metal. It's just that this one hasn't. I see. So I will say, compared to every other geyser you've tamed that you've listed, the aluminum generates more heat by a large margin. I will say that. By a large margin, the aluminum probably generates way too much heat. I think gold and copper, one steam turbine is all you need. Iron, you would want two, but you get by with one. Aluminum, you almost necessarily always need two, minimum. Getting a third one wouldn't be bad, but it's a very wide room. Self-powered, not connect anything else, cools the metal down to 30 degrees. Okay, okay. Okay. So I think I know what happens. I think I know what happens. So one thing about aluminum is that it has a lower melting point compared to all the other metal volcanoes that you have. So what ends up happening is this tile is where all the aluminum, when it actually becomes a block like this aluminum, stacks up, right? Because that's just going to be where it spawns. The items are on top of neutronium. That means the heat on the metal is not dissipating. And if it is, it's very slow because you have no heat transfer on the neutronium. Do you have temp shift plates in there? You need temp shift plates on top of the volcano for that. I'm not sure if you do. Now that being the case, I think that's in and of itself what the problem is. So let me show you what I mean. Aluminum 660, right? So what ended up happening was that when you have that item on the neutronium, because the neutronium has no heat transfer, it slows down the heat transfer from the debris. Now, debris item in gas with no heat transfer for the solid tile below is the slowest method for an item to cool down. So that means your aluminum could have stayed liquid. It could have. Because even though it spawns at like 2000, it doesn't solidify until you get lower than 660. So what might have happened, and this is what I'm assuming happened, you had a stack of aluminum that was hovering around 500 degrees because you weren't pumping from it. And then the steam doesn't have to be 500 because you don't have a temp shift plate to run that. The aluminum on the rail doesn't really affect this either. This is only the aluminum on the neutronium tile right here. So what ended up happening was that they were probably around 600, 650, right at the cusp. And then when a new aluminum erupted, it touched it, superheated the entire stack so that it was above 660. And then the mass was large enough that it would solidify into a diggable tile. So this tile right here is probably where you want to add temp shift plates, right? So that you don't get the neutronium in the way and you really just want to get these tiles. After that, it's up to you. Ideally, you want to do a pattern like this. So the temp shift plates are basically chained and they basically spread out the heat more evenly, right? Now, you don't need to do as excessive as this. You could do one layer every other, right? It's up to you. I would recommend more than one, though. Like, just this by itself might not be enough. But that's what happened, right? It stacked up. and then it was around 650, and then the new eruption around 2000 came out, landed on it, melted everything, and then that pile was large enough that it becomes a tile. You lost a third of the steam going in and out. That happens, man. You gotta watch out. You gotta watch out, gotta watch out. Now, that's me deducing everything, Commodore. I'm around 69% sure that's what happens. 60% of the time, we get it every time. But, you know, we gotta leave a little bit of room for error. But yeah, if I had to assume that's exactly the situation, and I think if you don't fix it, you should be able to witness that happening. Right? I'm pretty sure that if you let it run, you should be able to see exactly that situation happen. All right, we're going to grab this just because we can. More the better. Yep. The more the better. It makes sense. I'm just going to put in some temp shift plates to make sure they're diamonds. You don't want those temp shift plates melting, man. That'd be scary times. Not bad. Not bad. All right, guys. This is going to be a great spot for us to wrap things up for the night. We got 62 cycles in. Not bad. We were doing pretty good. Mamba's over there napping. I see the little babies. And we got a good start. We got to build our second rocket real fast. And then we got to make more metal. Oh, we're already doing it. Nice. All right, so we're going to send 2 pilots. They're going to fly to this planet. We're going to land. We're going to check it out. And then from there, we're going to see what our plan's going to be. We might actually want to move here. Like, we haven't seen it yet, but we might want to actually move there. The logic being is that that's going to be where the goal is, right? So moving there makes sense. We could do something insane like tech up interplanetary launcher, suck up the oxygen here, and just send it over. You know, like we could do something crazy like that. General, this tamer works well. Starts up after dormancy period without issue. I add temperature plate, see if it happens again. There's nothing wrong with that tamer design though. It's totally fine. If anything, the only thing I would add in is just temp shift plates to prevent that from happening. And I'm not sure how you're having the items leave the loop. The only other thing that might run into problems with is micro packets. You've probably seen that before and know how annoying they could be. But yeah, that's the only other problem I could see happening with that. Otherwise, it's pretty solid. You can't be mad about it. I'm thinking the micro packets might be the only real problem you might run into. Now, you know, it's not going to be a real problem until you get enough of them. But guys, it's going to be pretty good. Glad to be able to help Commodore. And of course, it is going to be time for us to get that saving.